All right, we are back. Day 10 of the Karen Reed trial. The alleged boyfriend murderer, Karen Reed. It's going to be a long day today. It's a full day of court. Uh, you know, remember, Tuesdays and Thursdays are half days. Today being Monday, it is a full day, so buckle up. As usual, since I'm not a morning person. We are several hours behind. Therefore, we get to go at 1 1/4 speed, which, just checking, I already set up. So yeah, 3 cents. Hello, good to see you. Thanks for coming back today. Um, but yeah, so I hope everyone had a great weekend, a great Mother's Day. Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful weather here in Salt Lake City on Sunday. Paul, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Um, so yeah, we had a spring thunderstorm on Saturday, and so Sunday it was warm and sunny, and everything was fresh from the storm the day before. I didn't see the northern lights, even though apparently they were visible. But um, yeah, so we had a nice day out on the patio and spent, I think, 4 hours out there. It was nice. But we are back for court. As I said, day 10. Day 9 ended with Brian Albert, the homeowner of the scene of the crime. Before him, his wife testified, and then before that, it was his brother Chris and his wife. Now, as I've said, I don't think any of them have particularly moved the needle one way or the other for me. Um, the all of the testimony is at the waterfall. No one sensed any animosity between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. Of course, that animosity could have developed on the car ride to the Albert home, which some people have told me that's what Karen Reed has alleged. Until it comes out in testimony, I don't know that. So I don't consider it. As I've said, I am treating this as if I'm a juror who knows the rules of evidence and procedure and stuff, because I want my ultimate verdict, unofficial verdict, to come off of the testimony presented in court. For any of the free Karen Reed Turtle Boy crowd that comes in here and watches 2 seconds and then leaves me a nasty comment, number one, that amuses me. But number two, as I've said, I have not prejudged Karen Reed guilty. I'm less inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt because of her associations with Turtle Boy. But I still am going off of the evidence presented in court. Not pretrial rulings. I haven't read those intentionally. I'm going off of what's presented in court because that's all that is evidence. JT Davis, good to see you. So as I've said, none of the Alberts have really moved the needle for the prosecution, other than, well, Chris Albert and his wife didn't go to Brian's after the waterfall. They went straight home. Their only real testimony was about when Colin arrived home, and they were asleep anyway. So I take it with a bit of a grain of salt, the matter of 10 minutes plus or minus. But as far as Brian Albert, the homeowner, and his wife, they have both testified John never entered their house. They barely knew him. Brian, a now retired Boston police officer, testified he knew of John O'Keefe because they were both Boston police officers. They never worked together. They never interacted. He just knew of him and knew his brother was friends. Well, I guess he knew him prior, but as far as his working relationship, they didn't work together. But yeah, they both testified Johnny never entered the house. They weren't expecting John and Karen, but they would have welcomed them just the same because, you invite a group. If everyone comes, everyone comes. It's more the merrier, even at midnight. Emma, good to see you as well. And so, yeah, so that's basically where we are. I believe, I believe the prosecution finished its direct of Brian Albert. So I think we're going straight into the cross-examination. And, well, that's equally, it is frankly equally plausible, JT Davis. It's, as I've said from the start, if you're trying to frame someone, if you're trying to get away with murder and frame someone, you don't leave the body on your own front lawn. You leave it on Karen's front lawn. If you just want to get away with it, you dump the body down a mine. You put it in a fishing boat and go out to sea and dump it. Since you're in Boston, I doubt there's many mine shafts to dump him down. Here in Utah, I've said, if it's been done before, I have a feeling it's where Susan Powell is. You go down to Eureka and put them in a mine. You go up into the Uintas and, it's wilderness and there's animals and stuff happens. You don't leave it on the front lawn, on your front lawn, to frame someone else. That's preposterous. So, yeah, it could be Karen Reed trying to frame them. Once again, I don't know what the motive would be because she didn't know Brian and Julie Albert. I believe his wife was Julie, unless it's his sister-in-law. I can't keep them straight. There's too many Alberts. But there's no motive for framing Karen either. So it just doesn't make any sense. Occam's razor says it was probably her. The simplistic explanation is usually right. I have no idea if it's second-degree murder or manslaughter, but I have a feeling it's one of those. But it hasn't been proved yet. She is innocent until proven guilty. I can't vote guilty yet. If ever. We'll see. So, Kevin Campbell, good to see you as well. June, good to see you. We missed you at least on Friday, maybe Thursday as well. So nice to have you back. And all that said, let's get started.
Identify themselves.
Adam Wiley for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Valley.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Morning, Your Honor. Karen.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. I'm told there's an objection to something you intend to use during.
Yes, Kevin. They did charge both second-degree murder and DUI manslaughter. And it's going to be a one or the other thing, or none of the above. If they find her guilty of second-degree murder, I believe, don't quote me on this, I'm a Utah lawyer, not a Massachusetts lawyer, but the legal concept of merger applies. So even if they find all the elements for the DUI manslaughter, it should merge into the higher level crime, second degree murder, and she only is found guilty of the top level crime and sentenced for that. That's generally what happens. I don't know though, since it's DUI manslaughter, it might not be a lesser included. It might be different. Like I said, it's Massachusetts. I don't know for sure. If it were straight manslaughter, that would be a lesser included and it would merge. Whereas, remember in Daryl Brooks, he was charged with murder and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. That didn't merge because it was not a lesser included crime. It was separate. But I believe this would be a lesser included. Whereas she's also charged, the third charge is leaving the scene of an accident or leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, just like Daryl Brooks. That one, I don't believe would merge ever. So, yeah. And Luna Knights, good to see you. That's it. They want the second degree murder because they charged it, but they want to have the lesser included as well, just in case. It's just like you charge them with first degree murder, you also charge second and maybe even manslaughter, just in case the jury doesn't find first degree, they can find second and you're good. So Brandon, good to see you as well. Happy Monday. So let's get started again.
And Cross,
Yes.
do you want to come over?
Sure.
And of course, it wouldn't be the Karen Reed trial if it didn't start with a bench conference. Of course, in the brief moment we had it live, they said, yep, there's an objection to some evidence they plan to bring in the cross. So we'll see. We will zoom through it though, because we want to get started.
You are unmuted.
And that dial tone is real obnoxious. And I think we're getting Yannetti for this, which prepare to be annoyed. Although it might not be. They absolutely did. Turtle Boy, and I understand there was drama in the press line this morning. I don't believe a word Turtle Boy says. I think, any alleged violence, he provoked it, if not was the sole perpetrator, but then blames Grant Smith Ellis for it because Turtle Boy does shit like that, false flags, and yeah. So, and once again, I don't know if they can prove it or not. They have evidence she was probably drinking, whether she was above the per se limit. Of course, 0.08 is not necessarily the limit. If you're intoxicated but below 0.8, you can still get a driving while intoxicated charge. It's just above 0.08. That's per se you're intoxicated. And, if they did a blood draw when she was sectioned, they might be able to prove it. Of course, she can argue, yeah, I went home at 12:30 and I drank a half bottle of vodka. That's why I'm drunk now. So, and it's a limited exclusion for Turtle Boy because the reason for the exclusion is some of the witnesses are his purported victims in his criminal case, but for the witnesses who are not his victims already, there's no reason to exclude him. So kick him out for those, but yeah. And that's very possible, Grey Duck. You know, they looked at the receipts. So
Yeah.
See,
I would have thought since, oh, I guess they're bringing the jury out. Static, good to see you. I hope the animals are doing well.
hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you, may be seated. Court is now session.
Thank you.
Me
Good morning
too.
again, Council and Ms. Reed. Good morning. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone over the weekend?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmative.
That she needs to ask the new question: did Turtle Boy follow any of you home since he got a good look at you on Saturday? So, ooh, Static, that's terrible. I hope the horse heals quickly.
Affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Albert back in, please.
I'd be a terrible judge, though, Brandon.
Just watch your step for me.
You saw this at the end of the court and during the case there, here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do. Thank you.
And I may have nodded off once or twice in the gallery, not working in court, but you know, in the back watching, I may have nodded off once or twice. So we'll get back to those, Kevin. This is just taking all the YouTube time at the moment.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, this process is not the first time you've testified in the court of law, is it? No. In fact, you were a police officer for
No.
either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right? Did you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect? In as far as police?
Testifying in a courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath?
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
Neil?
April of 2022.
Yes.
So you've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time?
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time, no.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep? for this
I
trial?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
Except for the prep for this trial, I had not.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
So maybe ask clearer questions.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here at the DA's office. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple of minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you prep or did you?
He said before that he prepped the video. This isn't the first. He already said he prepped the video. He said he prepped the video. You're mischaracterizing his testimony.
See any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, correct?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you understand? Did you misunderstand my question when I asked the first time?
He said he watched the waterfall video. He said he watched it.
As well?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
I was a small snippet of the video and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fighting.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just,
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No. Remember?
Once again, I think where they're trying to go with this, even though they're also trying to say it was Colin Albert, it was whoever the jury is more inclined to believe, other than it was Karen Reed. But I think they're trying to say Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were fighting at the waterfall and it got out of hand. And so Johnny tried to break them up in the basement at the Albert house and they killed him for it. To me, I think that's what they're trying to do.
Part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
So you approach one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
Practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
You
No.
can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay. Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase,
Physically. I mean, you can joke with words.
right.
you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physical?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay.
They were being
Did you ever show him how to throw a
jocular.
punch?
Say what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low when you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose, no.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around, grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have, I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all of
Neil, thank you for 4 months. I appreciate it.
those on the video, Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
And none of this is inappropriate. Preparing your witnesses, so long as you're not tampering with them, so long as you're not telling them what to say, preparing your own witnesses is entirely appropriate.
Did he tell you, you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No,
The fact that you now reviewed that testimony?
no,
You stick by that testimony?
yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No,
Never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
no.
The witness exclusion rule is in effect. I believe that's why they had Paul and Aaron O'Keefe testify first, is because that way they get to sit as the victims in the courtroom. They're not excluded anymore. Brian Albert would be excluded. It would be very inappropriate for him to watch.
You're aware that your wife testified before you.
Yes,
Did you just, I don't want to know what the words were.
Could be.
Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
no.
So she came,
He went right in. She finished testifying and he was called immediately after. I mean, did they discuss it in the vestibule entering the court or courtroom?
home after testifying in this trial, and you two never brought it up.
No, I just asked her how she was doing and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional, something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years, and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
yes.
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
What's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th.
New York to
2022,
Boston.
correct?
We drove from.
Consider that a road trip?
Yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location.
I doubt they'd be sequestered though, Paul. To me, sequestered would mean like not at home during the trial. They're excluded. They're instructed not to discuss their testimony, not to watch anything, not to be in the courtroom. But to me, sequestered would be a higher level of control. which would involve, like I said, they're put in a hotel room, not allowed to leave. But it might be different there in Boston, and yeah. So
Location, correct?
Yes,
What was the location?
the hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4-hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes,
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip, or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No,
Did her name ever come up?
no.
Without telling me anything,
why would it come up? They didn't know. They didn't know her. It's not well. I mean, I'm speechless. I go on a 4-hour road trip. I'm not discussing my brother's neighbor that I've met once for any reason.
anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he'd been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No.
So that's subject, according to you.
Okay, I guess Brian Higgins might have known her a little better, but we haven't heard from Brian Higgins yet. Brian Albert has testified he barely knew her, if I remember right. So, and 3 cents, I don't actually know. So,
Was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
No,
during that entire day.
no.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes. Maybe.
And Karen John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you, saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes,
You were situated at a high top table, right?
yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top.
and Luna Nights, witnesses can be basically held in a cell to ensure their attendance. It's rare, but if an essential witness has indicated they're not going to show up under subpoena, it has happened that they are taken into custody and frog marched into court. That's very rare because, frankly, you don't want to abuse witnesses, but it happens. So sequestered in a hotel room would be, less severe than what can happen. But generally, you would consider sequestering for a jury, not witnesses. They are excluded. The exclusionary rule is in effect. But
Table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt, with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes,
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you. You two turned to each other and started this play fighting thing.
yes,
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right. Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No,
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
no.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times, but every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant, and I would consider him to be a co-worker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed
that's right. When I said he would have known him. Like I said, he knew him as work colleagues. I conflated Brian Albert. Well, I conflated John O'Keefe with Detective Lank, who was friends with Chris Albert. So John O'Keefe was not childhood friends with any of the Alberts. I conflated them in my mind earlier. So I apologize if I confused anyone a couple of minutes ago. But yeah, he would have only really known him as a Boston police officer that worked in a different area than him, and his brother's neighbor, or at this time former neighbor. So
Seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family, and I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes,
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this.
So another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. That's the federal grand jury. As I've said, you know, the federal grand jury is not an indication that the state is corrupt, that the police that did the investigation are corrupt, that anybody but Karen Reed is a suspect. To me, the feds interfering is highly inappropriate. So to me, this second grand jury is what stinks, at least from the outside looking in as an attorney. So to me, like I said, it's not an indication that Karen Reed was framed. It's that the former U.S. attorney for Massachusetts was interfering. It's pretty clear he doesn't like the Norfolk DA. So, yeah.
Other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of the grand jury, correct?
yes,
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
yes,
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
yes,
Or Miss Little.
right.
At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe
That's
so.
not your question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, but before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes,
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
yes,
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
yes,
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside. A female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure. End quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
yes.
The Hillside, the Hillside is the bar that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins went into when they got home from Boston. So,
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. Remember that?
No,
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
yes,
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
yes,
And the same oath you took on Friday.
yes,
Isn't it true that you,
so there are people that criticize Lally. I appreciate the linear manner that prosecutor Lally works in, because Jackson is going in circles. He's going in circles. He is trying to confuse Mr. Albert. And it might be working.
We're asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, "I've never met or seen her before," end quote.
No, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, I'm sorry, that you reviewed your grand jury?
Okay. If John and Karen walked in to the, whatchamacallit, Stringfellows, I think. His testimony in the federal grand jury is he saw John with someone who looked like her. He didn't say he met her. He saw someone who looked like her. Looked like her. And that's not met. And it could be he has never seen her, because might be someone who looked like her. But
Jury testimony in anticipation for this trial.
Yes,
You'd have read the whole thing,
yes,
and you don't recall making that statement.
no.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and I'll see counsel at sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
I assume he's leaving the grand jury
Please take a look at that.
transcript. Leaving I assume the federal grand jury transcript to refresh his memory of how he testified. And of course, it's possible in the state grand jury, he wasn't asked about this previous bar. I assume the defense has procured security camera footage from this other bar. Of course, it could be they, not knowing about it, they didn't collect it, and often security cameras are on a cycle and are wiped within days, if not weeks. So it might not have been available for the defense to subpoena. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have, thank you.
Does that refresh your recollections to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole quote, though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote, yes. That's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before.
but the full quote from the first grand jury was maybe once, but I don't remember. I've never met or seen her before the waterfall. Maybe once, but I don't remember. That's entirely consistent. That's entirely consistent with the federal grand jury. I might have seen John in that other bar with someone who looked like her. I don't know. That's entirely consistent. And Kevin, yes, she cross-examined his wife, I believe, if not his sister-in-law. Either way, we did see Attorney Little on Friday, and she was obnoxious. I did not like the way she spoke. It drove me nuts because she'd taper off and go quiet instead of an upward inflection and to her questions, and it drove me nuts.
Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence, no.
You said, I've never met or seen her before, and then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Right. That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
He said he's never had a conversation before. She said he said they'd never had a conversation before. Thank you, June. Maybe I saw her once. Now you're trying to say, well, which is it? Did you have a conversation with her? You're misconstruing his testimony. Jackson is a lying weasel.
I was saying that I met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence, I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with a second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident? Isn't that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior, yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people, yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother,
Yes.
a guy named Tim Daly,
Yes.
D-A-I-L-Y, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last.
June, I get that. Generally, if I'm in someone's live stream commenting, I've got the video playing on my TV and I'm on my phone frantically typing, and it sucks. That's why I never tag anyone usually, because phones suck on YouTube. But
Julie Albert was there.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there. Correct?
Yes, she was.
But were they in the same group? Did he socialize with her? Did he speak with her? Or was she just there?
In fact, Your Honor, Judge,
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second. Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it, and then look up when you're ready.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
That appeared to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022.
Yes.
You were at the Hillside Bar?
Yes.
Publish this, no?
Okay, is it already in evidence or you?
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry,
So you put it in evidence first and then you
I
publish it?
have that marked as next in order,
Yes.
and then
Come on, Jackson.
Thank you.
Act like you've been here before. Act like you've been here before. You know how to admit evidence.
permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo, you're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, two sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
We can turn the lights back on, please, and take the photo down.
Once again, I'm not saying it's not possible. He might have talked to her every single minute they were there at the Hillside Bar. They might have been best buds there, Brian Albert and Karen Reed. I, much as I hate it, have been forced into group photos taken by friends of friends. I could not tell you, especially 2 years later, who the hell took the photo. And chances are, you know, if it's a friend of a friend I've never met, I couldn't tell you later that night who took it. I couldn't tell you their name the minute they took it. But, you know, like I said, it's entirely possible they socialized there, but it's also entirely possible the entirety of his interaction was having his photo taken by her in a group.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No,
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
no,
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
right.
I'm not shown every photo that's taken of me.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim,
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
Sean, right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John, yeah.
Okay. With the
Yes.
baseball cap on, correct?
Yes,
I don't even know.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture. I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
Got it. So given what you now know about that night, who was there?
I mean, I'm a $5 lawyer with $1 million hair, Kevin. So, you know, which would you rather be? And June, I said last week that I thought Jackson was the best attorney in the courtroom. He was aggravating, but I thought he was the best. Today, he is driving me nuts, talking in circles. And, you know, my regulars know all about me and talking in circles because it's what I do here. But I'm not defending anyone here, so I get to talk in circles. But he's coming across as a lying weasel who he's annoying me. I'm liking Lolly as an attorney much better because he's been linear. And like I said, a lot of people are criticizing him for that. But it's easier to follow for me. It may not be as exciting, but he's doing this to try and get a conviction, not to entertain me. So as far as trying to follow the testimony, I actually do appreciate the linear nature, even if it does come across as a little repetitive, a little boring, you know. And Kevin, if only my bank account reflected that.
The fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could have been Karen Reed.
Objection.
Sustain.
That's-
Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
Calls for speculation. He said he doesn't know. You can't ask him to speculate.
You were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
We're socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Who says? Who says? That's not in evidence. That's not in evidence. She was right next to John. That is not in evidence. Brian Albert has not testified that she was right next to John all evening. You are making shit up, at least as far as testimony. At least as far as testimony. You are saying things that no witness has said. It's not in pictures. The only pictures we have of Johnny O'Keefe that evening or Brian Albert, Karen Reed is most specifically not right next to him. At best, she's across from him taking the picture.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him, no.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time, yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowry's question, and you were
Was he introduced to her at the hillside? Did John say, "This is my girlfriend Karen"? Or was she just some random person there in the group that took his picture? Once again, I couldn't tell you every single random person that has ever been in a group setting with me. I mean, I know personally people who have been in a room with Ted Bundy many times. That they don't necessarily know Ted Bundy, but they were in a room with him many times. When he was first arrested, he was a student at the University of Utah College of Law, my alma mater, so there were still professors there when I was there that had taught him. My neighbor was a law professor. He's dead now, but he was a law professor when he was there. His sons were not law students yet. They were undergrads, but because their dad was a law professor, they did their studying in the law library. They remember Ted Bundy sitting in the law library. That doesn't mean they all associated with a serial killer. They were just in the same room at the same time. So, Linz, good to see you. Think, better late than never. And that's it. At that time, as far as they knew, Karen was just another face in the crowd. Just like when the people I knew, well, no, Ted Bundy was just a face in the crowd. They didn't know that he would go on, well, that he currently was one of the most infamous serial killers of all time. They didn't know he was in the middle of an infamous murder spree. And that's it. Ted Bundy framed Karen Reed. And just to give you an idea, and there are other connections to Ted Bundy because he spent time in Utah. At some point, I'll talk about my mom's connection. She didn't meet him, but she was in danger. Okay. So there is an article in the Daily Utah Chronicle. Okay. That's the student newspaper at the University of Utah. And the article is titled Stories of a Serial Killer. Utah law professor remembers Ted Bundy. And he came to the university in 1974. So Randy Dreyer is the professor. He was a student. He was a 3L when Bundy was a 1L, and he was the president of the Student Bar Association, so student government for the law school. Randy Dreyer was still a professor at the law school when I was there. So he talks about, so he says he was president of the Student Bar Association at the time. The dean called Dreyer into his office, swore him to secrecy, and said, "The police believe we have a murderer in our law school. One of his escaped victims will be coming with plainclothes policemen to see if she can identify him." So the dean, Dreyer, and the woman and 2 policemen were there waiting for Ted Bundy to come out of criminal law class. The bell rang, about 80 students walk out. No Ted Bundy. He was absent that day. But the next day, Dreyer hosted a party that Bundy attended. When the party was winding down, some people were headed to an after party. Ted said to Brooke Wells, another student, "I'll give you a ride. I can't say anything, but I'm not going to let her go. So I convinced her to stay and help me clean up. She later became a federal magistrate judge and mentioned in her swearing-in ceremony, I might not even be here today but for Randy Dreyer not letting me get into Ted Bundy's car." I've been in Judge McHugh's courtroom. So, you know, at that point, for all Judge McHugh knew, Ted Bundy was just a face in the crowd, a classmate. You know, a good-looking guy, apparently, asking, offering to give her a ride home. She would have thought nothing of it. Now, Randy Dreyer, of course, he knew, but at the hillside that night, 6 days before Johnny was killed, no one knew. Randy Dreyer wasn't there at the hillside to pull Johnny aside and say, maybe it would be a good idea to not be getting in Karen Reed's car for the next little bit. No one knew. No one knew. So to everyone there who didn't know her, she was a face in the crowd. She was just a face in the crowd. So, and Vince, good to see you. And I agree, it's a lot of trial to watch. If I weren't live streaming it, it would be background noise for me. I'd probably still be watching it, with Emily Baker or someone, maybe just the Law and Crime feed if I'm not feeling like commentary, but it would be background noise. I wouldn't commit to it. And that's it, Kevin. Maybe Miss Cleo knew, but she was dead by this point. And frankly, she would have been a child, I believe, when Ted Bundy was running amok here in Utah, so couldn't have helped his victims either. But that's a long enough tangent.
Immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before. correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response, no.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response, yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, "I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way." Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay, yes.
So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from "no, I've never met or seen her before" to "I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way." Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
That's June. Not being a psychologist or psychiatrist, I can't diagnose narcissism, obviously. But using your language, narcissistic traits, I agree. That type of behavior to me screams narcissism. I know better. I control my fate. And yeah.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, "I did not." Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
It's referring to the state grand jury?
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April,
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
And the reason he's saying the June grand jury is because I believe there is probably an order. You can't talk about it being a federal grand jury. So he said it's a non-state grand jury, but he's limited. He can't say federal grand jury because that puts ideas in the jury's head.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, "I did not." Correct?
Yeah, yes.
With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Incident 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds.
Oh, this is the
I will
waterfall
direct your attention
again.
to the upper right-hand corner. Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
I mean, it looks like he's facing her. I'll give him that. It does look like he's facing her. It does look like she's smiling at what he's saying. Of course, it's been an extremely long day. Police officer funeral in New York, drive home, and he's at least several beers deep by this point. It's entirely possible he doesn't remember talking to her. He doesn't remember what he said. If he was talking to her, or if he was just talking to the table and facing her, it's entirely possible he has no recollection of this because, it's 2 years ago when Mr. Lawley prepared him. It was not the entire video. So this might be his first time seeing this. He might not remember it all at all. Of course, he might be full of shit. I don't know.
Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
Yes,
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was.
And it might be that's why they moved to condos closer to the bars so they can stumble home. It's entirely possible.
Speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her as she's answering you.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No,
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
no, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole thing. I was
Right.
talking about right then.
Right. So,
That's an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question,
Did
please.
you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January.
And June, I agree with you. I agree with you. We use narcissistic colloquially, but there's always someone that if you throw the term narcissist, they'll say, you can't diagnose that, but we use it colloquially. So I agree with you.
29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have. Yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you.
Clearly, I have the drinking problem, dumping ginger ale all over myself in my first sip. And Bundy was absolutely diagnosed, so we can say he was a malignant narcissist.
At the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
At that point, like I say, we're assuming the Alberts didn't cover it up. We're assuming it's not a grand, elaborate conspiracy. At this point, when, at least for the April state grand jury, and I say state, I realize Massachusetts is a commonwealth. I'm going to continue saying the state. At the time of the state grand jury, the defense hadn't suggested a grand, elaborate conspiracy. So, assuming there is no grand, elaborate conspiracy, why would he think he needs to? What's his motivation? Once again, I don't see any. And once again, even a drunk cop knows if you're going to conspire to kill someone and dump their body, you don't do it on your front lawn. That's the dumbest conspiracy ever. The dumbest cover up ever. And it is annoying, but it's what you do, unless you get an objection, of course, which at some point there could be a sustained objection for badgering. I don't know that he's necessarily reached that threshold yet, but it's a possibility. So,
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
Can I ask it a different way? That's sustained.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my
once
statement.
again, so clearly him having testified 100+ times as a 30-year Boston police officer, he is good at clarifying his responses. Have you met this person? No, but it's possible I might have once and not remembered. That's not a lie. It's not a lie. He's covering his ass with the second part, but it's not a lie.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before. Pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
Except he equivocates in the same paragraph. This is why the rule of completeness exists in the rules of evidence. This is why it exists. Of course, you know, Mr. Lawley would be the one to introduce the further statement usually, but it's already in. We've already heard it multiple times. And that's it. If you're not aware of something, which, you know, apparently he wasn't, as an experienced witness, you knowing you're not aware of something, but it being hard to prove a negative, it's real easy to prove a positive if you have evidence, but hard to prove a negative. He said, no, I've never met her. I don't think. Maybe once. Yeah. He's sociable. Clearly, he goes out with friends often. He's a lot more sociable than I am. He drank. I don't drink, but if you are going out frequently in large groups, drinking, months later, and especially 2 years later, you're not going to remember everyone you had a couple words with, let alone the conversation.
That's the words that came, those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement?
I like that. I wish he had. He'd still be with us if he had come inside.
That you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
I want to get back to the waterfall.
And you'll see, he knew that would be sustained. He knew the objection would be sustained. He didn't care. He doesn't want to ask it again in a different way to get an answer. He didn't want an answer to that question. He just wanted to get that question out. That's why he moved on. He didn't care about that question, which, once again, that's weaselly, but it's part of putting on a defense.
I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No,
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
no, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No,
no argument,
no,
no yelling or fighting.
nope.
They looked like a normal.
And this was all discussed on direct from all the witnesses so far who were at the waterfall. So this is consistent.
Happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk. No.
Kova, good to see you. Better late than never.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature.
No.
They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others, is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
Not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes. Approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house on leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Who rode? Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
Kova, me too. Well, frankly, if let's say Artie's corporate fiction, I enjoy his live streams. But if I'm not there from the start, I wait until he's done just because I hate entering midstream. I hate trying to catch up. I hate knowing that it's live and I'm behind. So I just wait till it's over. So I fully understand that.
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up.
And once again, he's been drinking for 3 hours. I don't know how many drinks that would be, 3 drinks in a 3-hour period. He might be safe to drive. I believe the general rule of thumb, once again, I don't drink. The general rule of thumb, I believe, is you metabolize approximately 1 unit per hour. That being said, if you're drinking at all, don't drive. Uber is a thing. Lyft is a thing. Bicycles, well, you can get a DUI on a bicycle, but walking home is a thing. His brother did it. Of course, his brother lived much closer. But yeah, just don't. That's a low blow, Neil, even if it's true. Even if it's true. And I did a fairly short summary, basically saying, yeah, we have testimony about the waterfall, little testimony about, well, from his wife so far, about not seeing John or Karen at their home later because they never came inside. That's the basic. So yeah.
As we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snowplow in the front?
Yes.
It can hydraulically go up.
Okay. Any appendage on his Jeep? That just makes me think of truck nuts, which are the stupidest thing in the world, I think. But he asked about an appendage. That's where I thought. Of course, I knew about the plow from previous testimony. It's just the way he asked was funny.
Up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay, 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago,
He was the size that would put him in a 34 jersey, number 34, on a high school football team. So whatever position number 34 is assigned to, that would be his approximate height and weight.
maybe 6 feet and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
Bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
That could be a high school tight end,
Athletic guy?
wide receiver.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back
it was
home-
upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
I
to.
think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin,
Yes. Prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
but you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't know.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lang, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lang for many years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question. No.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house.
That's right. Yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
And once again, this being not recorded, Detective Lank's interview on the morning of the 29th, no body cam, no cell phone recording, just Detective Lank's notes. Detective Lank very well might have written down Caitlin left at 12:15. It's entirely possible that Brian said Colin Albert left at 12:15, and Detective Lank put Caitlin Albert. It could be, taking shorthand, Brian Albert says Colin Albert left at 12:15. Detective Lank, I abbreviate stuff because my handwriting is terrible and trying to write at the speed of conversation is terrible. It's entirely possible Detective Lank put C. Albert or C.A. and then in writing his report off of his handwritten notes, took the C. Albert and put Caitlin Albert instead of Colin Albert because he misremembered or misconstrued. It's not entirely unreasonable. Now, that might not be the case. Brian might have said Caitlin left at 12:15. He might have said she left at 2:15 because his testimony on direct was she left around 2. So he might have said 2:15 and Detective Lank wrote 12:15. Might have just been a, phantom mark on the paper that put 12 instead of 2. I don't know. I'm just speculating. But it's entirely possible he said 12:15. Of course, it's entirely possible at 7 in the morning, roughly an hour after his sister-in-law burst into his bedroom, frantically waking him up after he'd been asleep for only 4 hours after a night of drinking. It's entirely possible that on 4 hours sleep, under high stress, under shock, he misspoke. So it's entirely possible. So
I may have just a moment.
Yes.
but once again, this isn't necessarily, just to summarize, it isn't necessarily a prior and consistent statement from Brian Albert, because we're going off of a non-recorded report written by Detective Lank. So, but it also, it makes sense that, this is why they're jumping at Colin, the defense. They're like, oh, well, he wasn't mentioned, therefore they're trying to protect him. When, as I said, it's possible it was written C. Albert in the initial report, so he was mentioned, and they never mentioned Caitlin because she left as they were going to bed. So we don't know.
May I approach on?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry.
Come on, Jackson. This is constant for you. You're a professional.
So you don't
You
have to
should
read the entire
know.
thing. There's a, right at the top of this, there's a word that says next. If you would read that area, that next few sentences, let me know when you're finished.
And it's entirely possible. He doesn't want to say, I wasn't paying attention. But if you're not on, if you're at a bar drinking, it's entirely reasonable that you don't care, that, you know, first responder brain is turned off. But
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes,
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night, aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
that's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Mr. Morris. Right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report, which you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes,
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention
once again, it would be inappropriate for him to have read the entire report right there. The purpose of giving the exhibit to refresh his memory is to refresh his memory on that specific portion. He's testifying from memory. That's why once his memory was refreshed, Jackson took the exhibit back, because he's not supposed to be testifying from the exhibit. He is supposed to be testifying from his memory, even if it's a refreshed memory. You didn't tell him to refresh his memory on other portions of it.
that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No.
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
No,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had there.
He wasn't part of the group. They were farts passing in the wind, drifting in the wind. Not part of the group.
that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified that you never saw him. Right?
Well, he said he was getting picked up and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right,
Ground floor of the house.
right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon.
So he's trying to insinuate you didn't search the house for him. You didn't see him leave. Therefore, he's in the basement beating Johnny to death. But you didn't see him leave in the next 2 hours either. In fact, you didn't see him in the next 2 hours. So your assumption that he left while you were in the pissa was a valid assumption. And plus, Mrs. Albert testified he left.
Noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lang,
And plus, Chris and his wife also testified Colin arrived, 12:30. That would indicate Colin left. He wasn't in the basement beating anyone to death.
you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes.
Nagel,
Yes. There were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who was that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that has been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked, no.
But Colin's name was
There's a difference between who was there when you got there and who was there. Once again, he may have interpreted who was there as who was there for your party, for your get together, who was there in your group, who was there for the duration of your time, not who was there for 1 minute before they left. That's an entirely valid interpretation.
never mentioned. It's left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at.
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial report,
How does he know when the defense found out Colin was there? That calls for speculation because he doesn't know when the defense found out Colin was there. Maybe he testified Colin was there when he was asked if Colin was there. Maybe he testified when they asked a better question. Was there anyone in the house when you arrived? Well, yeah, Colin.
the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be hypothetical.
So, fine, hypotheticals, let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact, Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
You can't ask hypotheticals. That is speculation. Once again, he doesn't care about the answer. Even though the question is not evidence, it's not testimony, that's what he cared about.
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More conversation.
Yes,
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
yes,
She was in earshot.
yes,
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
That he was there for part of the night.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, she did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not know.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder,
He's trying to cover for Caitlin, for Colin, for Julie Nagel, for everyone, for his brother who wasn't even there. Everyone but Karen Reed, apparently.
when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please.
That would be
Sustained.
asked and answered.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Painted Bronco, I think so. He's desperately trying to open the door to get into the basement, trying to get some opening to introduce the third party culprit, but yeah.
Sustained.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
He doesn't know what Trooper Proctor wants. Now, he may have a reasonable guess, being, a police officer himself, but it calls for speculation. Trooper Proctor might have an unorthodox investigation method. He may not want anything from Jen McCabe. He might want everything from Jen McCabe. It's not for Brian Albert to testify what Trooper Proctor wants. That's ridiculous.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness, correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe.
Objection.
And
No, y'all allow it.
that's it, June. I assume that Brian Albert would have a very good idea what Trooper Proctor had planned. But once again, that would be speculation. And unless you're an expert witness, you can't speculate. So he can't testify about Trooper Proctor's process. Now, had Jackson asked him, as a police officer, you would want to interview Jen McCabe as soon as possible, that might have been allowed. Because that's not testifying about Trooper Proctor and his thought process. So, and that's it. Catching dangerous fugitives, being on the fugitive task force, that's an entirely different skill set than being a homicide detective. So you already know who you're after. You just have to track them. It's skip tracing. It's not putting the clues together to figure out who done it. It's putting the clues together to find someone. So it's an entirely different skill set. It's, you know, I'm a lawyer. I couldn't tell you the first thing that a patent lawyer is thinking about. I can't tell you their process to drawing up a patent. It's entirely foreign to me.
No.
So, but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Were you in her house when Jim McKay was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
Her house, yes,
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes,
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, Jim McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
In her house does not mean he was in the same room. He could have been in the guest bedroom taking a nap because he only had 4 hours sleep while she's in the living room giving her interview. When a tragedy happens, family comes together. You pull together. You support each other. Jen McCabe is his beloved sister-in-law. It's only natural for family to come together, to comfort each other, to grieve together. The defense, not knowing what friendship is, this is a foreign concept to them.
I want to get back to 34 Fairview if I could.
Once
And the early
again,
hours of January.
non-linear, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly, drives me nuts. Of course, throw the jury off balance and they might have reasonable doubt, because if they're off balance, they might not be following the story. That might be his strategy. As I've said, if I'm defending a Ponzi schemer, confusion might be the best defense, because if you're confused as a juror, do you have reasonable doubts?
29th. Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me.
Did you
And
make
then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab your,
Yes.
okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
And I'm going to break my no spoilers rule, June. And yeah, in 10 minutes, in a 10-minute drive, I can get pissed off in 1 minute. One comment is enough. One comment is enough to start a fight. 10 minutes of a fight for some people is enough to back into their boyfriend. Now, 10-minute fight, I'm probably, as soon as I get out of the car, walking away, because I'm not a huge fan of confrontation. So
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night,
Ever, including that night specifically?
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes,
It's a German Shepherd named Chloe.
yes, mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes,
Chloe had a penchant.
I mean, Menchie, I'm pretty sure I've posted pictures of my brother's corgi. I walk into the house, Menchie goes crazy. Menchie loves me. Any stranger walks into the house, Menchie is going to be on alert because, you know, he's a little hard of smelling, but he's great at hearing. If he's downstairs in the basement, if he's on the main floor, he hears you. He's going to bark. He's going to go crazy. He's going to run up to you. And then you're going to scratch his ears and say, good boy, Menchie. And he's going to say, oh, hey, you're my best friend. Never mind. Of course, even if no one is there, you say, who's that, Menchie? He's going to lose his shit. Because who's that means, ooh, someone new to bark at. But then you say, it's okay, you got him. And he'll say, oh, I'm a good boy. And calm down. If Chloe is upstairs in the bedroom, she hears commotion, she's gonna bark. Like, even if it's Brian and his wife arriving, the dog's gonna bark until they say, good girl, Chloe, we're here. And she's gonna go, oh, family, it's okay, everything's safe. False alarm. It's what dogs do.
Barking when she heard people, correct?
no, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent dog, guard dog.
And it, realizing there's people downstairs, realized there was someone to let it out to use the bathroom.
If she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No.
So just that night out of nowhere, first time ever.
I mentioned my aunt. She's had 2 long-haired German Shepherds. The current one is elderly. The previous one she got at the Humane Society. And yeah, she lost her shit whenever anyone came to the house, and, you know, that didn't live there. But I'd go scratch her ears and she'd be like, oh yeah, we're friends. It's what German Shepherds do. My cousin's German Shepherd, her son, you know, was less so. You know, my uncle had an Akita mix, and that dog was neurotic. And I like to tease her. You know, we were remodeling the house next door to my uncle's. It was one of them that my dad co-owned. And I would tease the dog, you know, a little piece of 2x4. I'd play with it with my foot, slapping it on the floor, and the dog would go crazy, and she'd start playfully biting my foot, and I'd, you know, wind her up, and then I'd go, ow, 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 and she'd look at me like, oh, I'm sorry. It's what dogs do. It's what dogs do. Doesn't mean they're aggressive. It doesn't mean they attacked. It doesn't mean anything. Now, if you have bite marks, but once again, from what we've seen of Johnny's arm, to me, it doesn't look like a dog bite. But I'm not an expert, so yeah.
Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
No, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay, but she did bark that night, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs knowing about, right?
yes,
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking,
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert, not mine.
Right, okay,
Do you stand by those?
yes,
And it realized there was someone downstairs to let her out.
You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
yes,
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right? As
yes,
a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
yes,
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog. No?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2023.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
We'll allow that.
Right,
When did you get rid of her?
so Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident we were discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident we
Yes.
were discussing.
Yes, May,
As a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years.
approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes,
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
objection.
correct?
Sustained.
Once again, his testimony is, I got rid of Chloe for this reason. Oh, did you just conveniently have Chloe attack that other dog after you found out that we were raising questions about her? If they hadn't gotten rid of Chloe, would they even be raising these questions? Is it just a convenience for the defense that Chloe attacked that other dog? So, and once again, Turtle Boy's evidence-free conspiracy theory, it could be he's been fed this from the defense. I'd be very interested in his criminal case if the state has communication from these lawyers to Turtle Boy, because those wouldn't be privileged. If they've been conspiring to harass the witnesses, these attorneys could be co-conspirators. It could be very bad. So,
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
We'll allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Never met him.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes,
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2, start at that.
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display exhibit 66?
Okay.
Do you see what is displayed on that television?
Yes,
What does that appear to be to you?
the house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom
Graphic representation, so it's a demonstrative.
on that graphic?
Yes,
Are they?
the front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right, I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah,
Right, but they're toward the left side of the house.
the windows are, yes. I think you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn.
Yes,
But you can see the entire lawn. Ooh, good point, Vince. It's a poor graphic representation. It doesn't have the Marine flag under the US flag on the flagpole. Ooh. Not that it really matters, but
Furthest from the driveway.
yes.
We can take that down. Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room, as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
All right, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't been there. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet? 6 feet?
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes,
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
yes,
6 feet being from me to Ms. Little, maybe this far,
could be, yes, maybe a little further, but yes,
maybe this far.
maybe.
that's how I would have asked it, Vince.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes,
Not an enormous amount of through traffic,
no,
not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
no.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
The Acela train tracks behind the house, I'd imagine, are much louder than the street.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes,
Was Nicole in bed with you?
yes,
Had you taken?
And that's it, Painted Bronco. To me, the defense at this point hasn't created reasonable doubt. But that being said, the prosecutor hasn't proved their case yet either. So I have reasonable doubt, but that's not thanks to the defense. That's just because Lolly hasn't proved anything yet. And I get why he's presenting the case the way he is in a linear manner, but, you know, starting the morning of the rescue and then moving back to in time to the waterfall and moving linearly forward. I still think, to me, I would have liked Trooper Proctor first, basically to lay out the evidence. Of course, it's possible in order to have Trooper Proctor testify properly, they needed all these other witnesses first, because otherwise Trooper Proctor's testimony would be assuming facts not in evidence, or at least the questions posed to Trooper Proctor. So, you know, I get why he's presenting the case this way. And for me, the linear fashion works much better than Jackson's back and forth, you know, playing ping pong with the timeline. But it could be Jackson is playing ping pong with the timeline specifically to confused the jury. So, I don't know.
Taken any medication the night before?
No,
Were you on any sedatives?
no,
Sleeping pills?
no,
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine? Were
no,
you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
no.
You shortly thereafter became aware that
I know, June. I know you weren't saying that. I'm just clarifying based on my previous statement. So,
6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there, no.
You've seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No,
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
no,
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
no,
Were you aware that there were first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No,
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders?
he was asleep. He was asleep. Of course he wasn't aware. That's it. It's dumb. Absolutely dumb. He's had 4 hours of sleep. He's been drinking. It had been presumably a very exhausting day, having traveled to and from New York City. Testimony was from the first responders, yeah, there's no traffic, no one's out, so we weren't running sirens, just the lights. So no sirens to wake him up. Flashing lights. If he had the curtains closed, that blocks the flashing lights. It's completely reasonable that he's sleeping, that he's not woken up until Jen McCabe bursts into his room. The wife has already testified the curtains were drawn.
Were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
no,
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No,
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
You asked where her mat was. He told you where her mat was. That's not inconsistent.
Likelihood is she's sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Judge, I don't know.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this.
Very.
Earlier that day, you already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in
In the house. In the house.
the house.
Yes,
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
yes,
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
yes,
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
once I was awakened.
Correct.
It would be inappropriate for him to investigate. You make a big deal. It's inappropriate for Detective Link to be investigating. It's not his jurisdiction. It's his lawn. He can't investigate. It's entirely appropriate. There's no rescue to be had once he's awoken, because Johnny is already off the scene. So by that time, the only appropriate action for him is to stay in his house, not contaminate the scene, wait for the investigators to come to him. That's the only appropriate action. Had he left the house and traipsed over the scene, Jackson would be going apeshit. But because Brian Albert, a first responder, slept through a rescue operation on his front lawn that, because he was asleep, he didn't know about. Conspiracy. It's ridiculous.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house as the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead, you pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens, how many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Albert is about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know, you asked paces, so, 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it. What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement, it had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, or water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
They ripped up the floor to hide the blood, clearly.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights,
yes,
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
yep,
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
yes, not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement. Yeah. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
And there's drag marks through the snow from the backyard to where Johnny O'Keefe lay. Wait, no?
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to mark up video. Let me have just a moment.
Yes. Mr. Jackson, would you like to take the morning recess?
That'd be great. Good time. Yes, thank you.
All right, please.
I mean, that's it. There's all this talk about the snow. There's all this talk about what snow has been trampled. But between Johnny O'Keefe and anything else, the footprints are just from the street. Not to the house. Not to the driveway. Not to the front door. Not to the side. Well, someone is, you know, as we discovered, there is a Karen Reed defense fund. So, and that's it. Sometimes theatrics, I don't know if I've said this before on here, but you know, if the facts are on your side, you emphasize the facts. If the law is on your side, use that. If the facts and law are against you, you pound the table and make a scene. So, yeah. But let's zoom through. Doesn't want to give me the full preview. How am I supposed to know where to stop? I blame Law and Crime, not YouTube. Just kidding. I love you, Law and Crime. I couldn't do this without the stream. We're back.
All right, are we all squared away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, did you speak with anybody?
Just my attorney.
Never?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jury as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes.
Yes.
I would have asked to have this marked as next in order.
Yeah, you judge. Exhibit 16. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Yes.
move to publish, Ryan?
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
Okay, so bulkhead stairs with a, you know, a cellar door.
Yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there, do you see that? So that is,
I can't.
let me highlight one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs,
Yes.
and that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay,
Vince, I don't know if it's, you know, if her software is more sensitive, calibrated to her voice. I really have no idea how the microphone mask works. It's all weird, but it's clearly important. So
at least in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I asked that this be marked as next in order. Court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
Exhibit 69.
Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at a video and then describe if you recognize what's in that video. I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. If that's okay.
Okay.
With permission?
Yes.
Pause. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
Uh-oh. There's a beer can under the bulkhead doors. Ooh. I'd make jokes, but one of the rules is no politics, so I won't make the joke.
No,
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
the whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go and play the video. Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over?
So it's entirely possible the bulkhead doors were replaced by the new owners. That's why he said, I don't recognize it. It's possible it was replaced, and even the door, not just the bulkhead doors. And the defense got access to take the pictures. So it's entirely possible that's why he didn't recognize it.
To the left over here.
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up to?
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself also looks different,
Okay, so, but it is
but it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement?
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement?
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress.
I'm guessing it was taken with the new owner's consent. And it's admissible because, you know, it's not a scene of the crime, but it's, you know, it's a demonstrative basically. And even in the new owners, it doesn't matter if it had been taken when the Alberts owned it or when he owns it. It's fine.
Through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
It's possible. I think it was fenced before, but I'm not positive.
Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? It was, thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement floor.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built a house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
It was the Albert home.
Yes.
The fact is, you listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it. Yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
16. Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing, actually. We contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022. So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing, 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes,
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant Detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective, is that right?
Yes,
Not just a regular patrol officer, you have to have special training to get to the rank of detective, is that right?
yes,
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective, is that right?
yes,
You have experience in training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
yes. There's civil service tests for the rank, but yes,
And you've investigated crimes, I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters.
Not necessarily. If he's a fugitive detective, he investigates fugitives. Now, some of those may have committed assaults and manslaughter and murder and larceny, grand larceny, whatever. That doesn't mean he investigated the manslaughter itself.
Homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
no,
You've never investigated anything like that.
no.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes.
as well as a detective.
Yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat.
Alpha Fox Adam, I am not familiar with Ida Lorenzo, so I'm going to say no.
Correct?
Sometimes, yes,
You're also trained in techniques, obviously, any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
no,
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct. No,
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know,
In all my years as a lawyer, I've never been trained in patent law. If you asked me to prosecute a patent, that's what it's called, drawing up a patent, is prosecution. It's weird, I get it. You asked me to draw up a patent, I could not do it. It would be absolute malpractice for me to do it. I could be disbarred for doing it. It's Santa Clara, California, Santa Clara, Utah, Santa Clara. Once again, I am completely in the dark on it. But once again, ask me to defend a criminal, I'd probably at least be competent. And my problem is I don't watch the local news, so my focus has been on this. I'll have to look into it, but once again, I may not comment on it. I mean, Santa Clara, the chances of it conflicting me out of any potential jobs is very slight. That's why I felt fine talking about Ruby Frankie and not Corey Richens, because it's a downtown Salt Lake City law firm defending her. But yeah, so I might not talk about it, but who knows?
somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
no.
Objection.
For the answers.
Or
Sanitizing location.
never mind. I've got it, Alpha Fox Adam. She's the woman that thought the young adult had an indecent skirt on, and so she pulled it down to cover her up more. I do remember seeing that, and oh boy, she's awful. But, she was the victim herself. So I did see that.
Action.
I'll allow it.
No,
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
no,
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
I mean, things like GPS data and phone calls, and text messages, communications, things of that nature, obviously.
Yes,
Clear. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
yes,
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in January 2022, did you not?
yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Was he aware? And what does preserve mean? He might be. I doubt it, but we might get a new admonishment. I, once again, doubt it. The judge seems very reluctant to admonish either side. My understanding, I'm not an Apple person, but this applies to phones in general. He's had that iPhone for multiple years. Makes sense to me that it's time to upgrade at some point. Of course, when I upgrade, I tend to just put the old one in a drawer because I don't like getting rid of electronics because, they contain a piece of you. So, yeah. Let's zoom through to there.
2022.
We'll go back to there. And Vince, that is very difficult to say. Definitely seems she's trying to protrude her lips a little, but not quite into duck lip territory. But I don't know. Okay.
2022.
And okay, I'm annoyed because it seems they missed a little. Okay, no. I'm just not as exact as I want it to be. CJ5, good to see you again.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can have a voir dire.
Okay, so I'm guessing, Mr. Jackson, you can have a voir dire. I'm guessing the jury is not present. So, and that's a good point. A judge signs an order today. I might not be aware of the judge signing that order until tomorrow or a week from now or whenever it's served on me. Now, of course, a judge signs an order. Me as a lawyer, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get notified of it immediately because, electronic filing and stuff. If I'm a potential witness in a case, until an order is served on me, I don't know about it. I'm not checking the docket. You know, Brian Albert, I'm sure, was not checking the docket for this case on the daily. So until the order is served on him, he does not know about it. So, and I think that's what he's trying to do, June. No evidence of a crime, but, you know, let me paint you a picture of a crime scene. And so, as I was saying, I'm guessing the jury is not in the room because it would be inappropriate for them to hear the voir dire of a certain piece of evidence. So it's, you know, just like firefighter McLaughlin, or no. Yes, I think it was firefighter McLaughlin. They authenticated the photos of her. Or no. It was Detective Lank. Sorry. That's the problem with multi-week trials, and I'm not taking notes. It was Detective Lank and the bar fight with Chris Albert, when Chris Albert was jumped at a bar 22 years ago. They did a voir dire of that outside the presence of the jury. They're doing the same thing here. So, yeah. Pat's Cats, good to see you. Someone must have ended their stream recently.
You're currently represented by Mr. Hinney.
Yes,
Seat behind me, gentleman in the,
Yes.
in the gray suit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me anything,
It's entirely reasonable for a witness to lawyer up. It's entirely reasonable. It's no implication that you committed the crime whatsoever. I mean, if I'm this lawyer sitting here, I didn't catch his name. Brian Albert's my client. And frankly, in this situation, often I won't ask a client, did you do it? Because I don't want to know. I want to present the evidence. I want to present the defense. I don't want to know because that might limit me. In this case, for this purpose, if I'm his lawyer, I ask him, did you do it? Because my advice to him kind of depends on that. And in addition to, did you do it? It's tell me everything. Tell me what ply of toilet paper you use. I want every detail as best as he can give me. Because the biggest piece of advice I'm going to give him is whether or not to plead the fifth. That's a good point, CJ5. I forgot. It's just you and Pat's Cats showing up at roughly the same time. My monkey brain said, oh, you guys just left someone else's live stream. But yeah, I forgot time zones. But yeah, my biggest piece of advice, if I'm this lawyer, is whether or not Brian Albert should plead the fifth. And what has Brian Albert not done a single time? He has not pled the fifth. Because even as a witness in this trial, if something is incriminating, he can plead the fifth. Even if it's not concerning this crime. If, with Jackson's question of Brian Albert about how much he'd had to drink, and in your experience, do you think you were okay driving home? Brian Albert could have pled the fifth. Because if he had answered, I probably shouldn't have drove home. I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but that's incriminating. He could have pled the fifth. His lawyer apparently has not instructed him at any time to plead the fifth. So him having the lawyer is in no way incriminating. In fact, well, I mean, it has been mentioned in front of the jury. Have you discussed your testimony with anyone? Yeah, my lawyer. Pointing out that's his lawyer sitting there in front of the jury might be inappropriate. So.
You've ever communicated with him? When did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
April of 2022, the state grand jury?
No, prior to the other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure of the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Well, did you get a subpoena for the other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say. I believe so. Right around that time, yes. I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember it.
So you did not hire. Well, you're all right. I think that answers the question. Not representative point.
I'm going to see a sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
So that this could be they're trying to breach his attorney-client privilege, and you know, it could be about the iPhone. Remember, that's what the voir dire is about. Did his lawyer advise him to do something about the iPhone? Whether that's destroy it, delete something, take out the SIM card. Just complete speculation. I don't know. I don't care. But did you do something to the iPhone on advice of counsel? And it's, you know, if he had already hired this attorney, that might be privileged. Can't ask him about it. But if he hasn't hired the attorney at the time he received this court order, might not be privileged, and they can ask him about it. I'm guessing that's where this is going. I don't know. And that's it. I really don't care about the things I speculate about. I only care about what comes out in the evidence, in the testimony. It just, you know, everything else is just me speculating, and that doesn't matter. So let's see. We'll go to there.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
Thank you. You had received, and I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone? Destroy the phone itself, or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with permission.
Yes.
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following, quote, "You, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that
Unless it's certified mail, yeah, it's hard to prove what he received. But that's why lawyers often send certified mail, return receipt, FedEx, signature required. But I don't know. And, you know, once again, I'm not an expert on this. It's time for him to upgrade his iPhone. He's had it for several years. If he wants to keep his phone number, he's got to put the SIM card in the new phone. Is that tampering with evidence? I don't know.
you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I
Right,
don't want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to?
Did he upgrade the phone before he was notified? Did he upgrade the phone? Did he ask Mr. Lally and then upgrade the phone before he was notified? Before you even attempted to notify him? Ask him about the date he upgraded the phone.
To on the phone exactly? Was Mr. Lally alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Who initiated that conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week. I don't have that phone anymore.
No.
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
Yes.
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Once again, you removed the SIM card, presumably, to put it in the new phone. Does that destroy data? I don't know. I seriously have no idea.
Mr. Albert,
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your
Once again, did he hand in the new phone, the old phone? You know, reset to factory preset to sell it on the used market? I don't know. Like I said, I keep my old phones because they contain a piece of me. I don't trust that the data is wiped. So I keep my phones. Of course, I don't get my phones on the, T-Mobile plan because I don't want to be paying monthly for it. I just buy a cheap Motorola on Amazon. But, and once again, preserve your phone. Well, if he's already handed his in, because that's what the contract, he he gets a call from Verizon that says, hey, you're past due for an upgrade. You're working on a 4-year-old iPhone, and the new iPhone is way better. Crapple, sorry, slows down. They intentionally reduce the performance of your phone as it gets older. You should get a new phone because it's gonna blow the old phone out of the water. It's so much better. You're paying for it monthly anyway in your subscription fee. So why not upgrade now? By golly, you're right. This phone does suck. I'm gonna upgrade. And then a week later, you're told, oh, by the way, the defense has ordered you not to destroy your old phone. Well, sucks for them. I already did it. I didn't realize it was of any evidentiary value because I'm not a defendant in this case. Didn't realize there would be any evidentiary value. And, it's already been done. It's a normal thing to do. That, does data not follow the SIM card onto the new phone? I don't know. Some of it does. Some of it does because, when I put my SIM card in the new phone, some of the contacts are saved to the SIM card. It follows. I really don't know. And I agree, Vince, Apple is for suckers. Although, half my family uses iPhones, half don't. And whenever my mom asks for tech support on her iPhone, I laugh and say, you better ask your daughter or sister-in-law because they're the young people that use them. Maybe my brother-in-law does too. I don't know. But I use Android. My brother uses Android. My dad uses a phone. He sucks on them, so yeah. Ooh, a coffee maker. Yeah.
Doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just gonna hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things are come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data, sir, but the phone data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How long do you have a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years,
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
multiple times.
Every single time you upgraded. The phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over, my photos come over. So
That's a backup.
no, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Irrespective, you didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from him. I'm not asking you for the
And
community.
once again, I'm assuming it's Best Buy, hand in the phone for your trade-in and they wipe it to factory settings to keep it. So, because, they're going to ship it off to Africa and sell it as a used iPhone, presumably. Therefore, you want it wiped clean. But I don't know that. I honestly do not know. And that's what Brian Albert should answer. I do not know. I am not an expert. I am a fugitive task force detective. I am not an iPhone repairman. I am not an iPhone salesman. I do not know. I am not tech support.
You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did, no.
Yeah, just hold on.
Sure.
Because at that point, why would he seek counsel? No, he doesn't know about your conspiracy theory yet. At this point, all he knows is that Karen Reed is a suspect in the death of John O'Keefe. They didn't come up with this, oh, the Alberts did it, until a year later. At this point, he didn't know.
At some point, you indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding, under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, you know, there's personal stuff on my phone, but I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know, we had multiple conversations about things. Remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes,
You literally admitted at that hearing, there's personal private data on that phone.
He's been sexting his wife. That's personal private data. That's not covering up a murder. There's stuff on my phone I don't want getting out, and I'm as vanilla as they come. It's all the 37 murders I don't want coming out. But wait, no, I didn't say that. Sorry.
Hence, you got rid of it, right?
no.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal.
No spoilers, Alpha. I'm a juror, remember. I go off of, I mean, technically speaking, I shouldn't even be watching this voir dire since the jury is out of the room. But sometimes I pretend for these purposes, it's a bench trial. Either way, I'm the finder of fact. So I can only make my decision on evidence that comes out in court. So I don't know if you've heard me say it yet, because you haven't been in on this trial very much. But I pretend I'm a juror. So I have not read any of the pretrial rulings. I don't want the evidentiary rulings because they could taint my, ultimate official verdict. But are they all Tricky Dick Nixon, Alpha? Because they don't have to be prawn. But yeah, so I forgot where I was going, so we'll just continue.
Private data, you're a cop.
No, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data's not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir, correct?
But does Verizon have the data? Does Apple have the data? Does the NSA have the data? Just because it's no longer on the phone. But once again, he did this before he was ordered not to. Before. Now, I get it. Mr. Lally is the one that goes in a linear fashion. For Jackson, time is ping pong. It's timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly. He might not understand what before means. Meaning, before he receives the order not to destroy the phone, he wouldn't be on notice that the defense thinks there's evidentiary value to the phone. So, before, not before. Two different things. And Chloe the dog, good to see you. How's Vermont? Well, I guess there you go. Glad to be in Vermont. So it's you're terrible.
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, no, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes. We'll come back.
So let him talk with his lawyer, because that's what his lawyer is there for. So, but let's zoom through this break, because otherwise we'll be here all day. Not that we won't be here all day anyways, but.
All right. Witness in, please. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117 has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R
Yes.
Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
We just determined I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
I assume that's a stipulation with Brian Albert's counsel, not Mr. Lally. They could stipulate when the notice was received, when the notice was sent, what the notice said, because once again, if you didn't send it, certified mail, return receipt, we don't know that he ever received it. We don't know that he was ever put on notice until Mr. Lally told him. So I'm presuming, though, it was sent U.S. mail. It was a letter, not an email. So
Madam, yes, I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
as I said, they stipulate that it was sent. Could have been lost in the mail. Could have been discarded as junk mail, not recognizing it as coming from the district attorney's office. The kids might have sorted through the mail and tossed it out as junk mail. The mailman might have dropped it in the snow, although snow on September 23rd probably not. But there are a variety of reasons why he might not have seen it. Had they moved, that's an excellent point, Alpha. Had they moved, because it's around that time. It's around that time. So had they moved and it got lost in the mail because, you know, the post office hasn't been notified yet or screwed up, you know, it went to 34 Fairview and they didn't see it. That is an excellent point. It's almost like you should be a lawyer or something.
Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yeah.
Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
So, letter sent the 21st, presumably, even if it goes to the right house, presumably it doesn't arrive until the 23rd, if it arrives. If it arrives. Upgrading on the 22nd, it could be entirely coincidental. He wanted a new iPhone because iPhones suck and old iPhones really suck.
22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved, right?
What rephrase the question, please?
So that he wasn't under court order. He wasn't under court order then. You got rid of the phone the day before the court ordered you not to. So he wasn't under court order not to. I mean, let's be clear. Let's be clear. Even if you're not under court order, you still can't tamper with evidence. If he got rid of the phone to get rid of evidence, that would still be evidence tampering. No court order needed. You know, I've sat in plenty of meetings with the district attorney where they're like, yeah, so if you don't plead guilty, we're going to take these evidence or witness tampering charges because of your phone calls with witnesses. They weren't under court order not to contact them, although maybe they were because, you know, sometimes you are. But either way, even without the court order, it would still be witness tampering. Even without the court order, if he got rid of the iPhone to get rid of evidence, that could still be evidence tampering. However, if he doesn't even know that this conspiracy is being concocted, that his family is about to be dragged through the mud and muck, and he just coincidentally upgraded his phone in the ordinary course of phone ownership, that's not evidence tampering, and it's not violation of the court order because there was no court order yet. The court order doesn't exist until he's served with it, because that would not be due process. Due process is you need notice and an opportunity to respond. Now, you'll notice the wording of the order was you can be heard on this. So that's the opportunity to respond part. But notice would be the letter. Until he receives that notice, due process is there is no due process. He hasn't received notice.
This order was just stipulated, this order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this.
So was he tipped off? Was he tipped off? Tell us, Mr. Jackson, how was he put on notice to destroy his phone the day before without some timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly explanation? How did he know? Oh, I better do it today before that order is made tomorrow. He doesn't have a TARDIS, I don't think. So how did he know ahead of time?
This all happened. You upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct, that becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively a brick. There is no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before.
So the day before, he was ordered not to. But he's testified he doesn't know what data is destroyed. He is not an expert on cell phones. He is not a technician. He's a fugitive task force detective.
Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Could have been the 25th?
no.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and got rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved?
No,
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That calls for a legal conclusion. He can't testify about what the law is.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone on September 22nd, 2022, hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
A multi-year-old phone that's broken and failing because a multi-year-old iPhone is going to be terrible. More terrible than a new iPhone. Happy birthday to him. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 weeks to, get your birthday present. It's entirely coincidental, I assume.
Objection.
Sustained.
And I don't appreciate that sarcasm from Jackson either. Well, happy birthday to you. Fuck you.
You were asked at another hearing in June of 2023 that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it? Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today. To be
So that's not inconsistent testimony. He's entirely consistent. You're not impeaching very well with consistent testimony. And that's it. You know, so much of the internet is like, oh my God, this is terrible. The judge is biased, the prosecution's corrupt, the Alberts are all murderers and conspirators and da 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 da. And it's like the jury hopefully hasn't been tainted by Turtle Boy. They haven't been listening to all the nonsense, and to them, based on what has come out in the courtroom, I highly doubt they like Karen Reed or her attorneys. That said, the prosecution has not proved anything yet. Hopefully they will. As I've said, I hope that every single criminal defendant did it. Once again, that doesn't mean they're guilty. I just hope they did it because I'm horrified at the thought of a completely innocent person going through a trial. I know it happens, but, and that's a very good point, Gareth. And it's one I didn't vocalize, but I did think of it. Best Buy has a receipt, or T-Mobile or Verizon or whoever. There's a paper trail. They can show exactly when it was upgraded, but they don't want that if it's the 22nd. Because if the defense brought that evidence, if they had subpoenaed Best Buy to get the receipt and it showed the 22nd or even the 20th or the 15th or whenever, as long as it's before the court order, the receipt doesn't help them. Because if they had brought the receipt, they couldn't say, well, isn't it possible that you upgraded on the 25th? So they don't want exactness here. They want doubt. And they can only bring doubt if they don't bring the receipt. Whereas if they had subpoenaed the receipt and it said the 25th, you bet your ass that receipt would already be in evidence. It would already have been shown to Brian Albert and the jury. It would be in evidence. But they just want doubt. They want confusion. So now, who knows? Mr. Lally gets to do redirect. He might have the receipt. You know, Mr. Albert's lawyer might have the receipt in his briefcase right there, and you know, it might exist. We don't know. And that's it. The defense knows the answer. They don't want the jury to know the answer, though. The defense knows it. They just want doubt. They just want doubt. So, and I hope the defense hasn't spent any time at 24 Fairview since the crime scene was 34 Fairview. But that just goes to show Alpha Fox Adam, as I mentioned, for those of you who don't know, he's been through law school. Have you taken the bar yet, or are you studying? But, you know, Mr. Lawyer here made a mistake. He made a typo. So when dispatch sends one of them to 32 Fairview Road, it happens. So, yeah.
these jurors. Just a
Yeah.
coincidence.
Yes.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You, 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that.
As I've said, don't trust anything I say. I might be full of it. There's a, 3 things I guarantee, but, why do you believe that either?
That's me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I justified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When it took place?
I think so, yes.
When you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones, when do you think you had that?
Context always matters. You talk to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones. First of all, he said he didn't know that he had. But second, I think I'm going to upgrade my phone. This one sucks. That's talking about upgrading his phone. That's not conspiring. That's just saying this phone is old and it sucks. It's time for a new one. And Brian Higgins, yeah, mine's 4 years old too. Maybe that's something I should think about too. I've paid for 4 new phones through this contract that I should have upgraded, but I'm a lazy son of a bitch. That might be what the conversation was, if there even was a conversation. So, yeah, I've also thought about that, Alpha. No, this isn't a murder house. Just, you might want to avoid that spot on the lawn.
That conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. The fact that you both wanted to get rid of.
He said, I don't think I discussed it, but I can't rule it out. That is him saying, I didn't discuss it, but I don't remember every single conversation. So once again, he's equivocating. He's a professional witness. Just like lawyers equivocate. Except when they're on cross-examination, then any equivocation is, oh, so you lied? But once again, he's mischaracterizing his testimony. I don't think I had that conversation. But if I did, it was innocent.
Your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you read.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
Let him answer. Let him answer. You asked him a question. Let him answer.
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why, in June of 2023, did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not. End quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So the conversation might have taken place after the phones, after they received the notice to preserve their phones. So the conversation might have been, yeah, I wish I had received that court order a week earlier, and then I wouldn't have upgraded my phone. That might have been the conversation, because timing is important.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
All right, let's shift gears.
You asked him a dozen different, well, you asked him a dozen times. You asked him the same damn question a dozen times. He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember having that conversation. Once again, in the grand jury, he equivocated. I don't remember, but it's possible.
Before I shift gears,
But does it do your tracking data? I honestly don't know.
you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
But once again, he upgraded his phone. Does that mean he got rid of it? Or is he like me? Does he keep the old phone and stash it in a drawer because he doesn't want to get rid of it? He knows potentially that it's been upgraded. Does he specifically know that Brian Higgins got rid of his old phone? Once again, I'm generally aware when my parents upgrade their phones, but there's a reason for that. I could not tell you the last time my brother upgraded his phone, my sister-in-law, they live next door. I can't tell you when my friend upgrades his phone. See his phone every Saturday. My sister, my brother-in-law, like I said, I don't even know if my brother-in-law, I think he uses Apple. I don't know. I don't pay attention to other people's phones unless I'm using them. What does that tell you about my parents' phones? They hand them to me for tech support. So, frankly, I couldn't tell you the last time I upgraded my phone. I know why I upgraded my last phone. Shattered screen. It was a while ago. Year and a half, 2 years. I don't know. Amazon knows. I don't care. And your son's phone isn't a brick by now? It still has battery? That's impressive.
So without qualifying your answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian Higgins.
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
Objection on.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Now I'd like to shift gears. Talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
But the reason, it's critical is evidence washes away. So the first 48 hours is probably critical for the taillights in the lawn. It's for, I think the biggest reason they say the first 48 hours is critical is because, if a defendant or a victim dies, it's, after 48 hours, you're much less likely to find the kidnapping victim. For an interview, not necessarily. For a non-crime scene, because at this point, the house isn't a crime scene. The front lawn is. So it's not critical to get inside the house within 48 hours because they have no evidence that anything happened in the house. They don't have a warrant to get in the house. Yeah. After insurance fraud, 48 hours, unless you need to freeze a bank account, it doesn't matter. For a Ponzi scheme, when is the first 48 hours? Hunting a fugitive, when is the first 48 hours? Is it when they committed the crime? Is it when they were released from jail? Is it when they jumped bail? When they escaped? When do you start that timer? When?
In that context, I don't.
Okay, next question.
I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
That's
Do you think the
irrelevant.
first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house?
Once again, Mr. Albert didn't realize that a year later the defense would concoct a story that something happened in his house. So yeah. So he didn't know that, in order to preserve my dignity, I should let them search my house and show that nothing's amiss. There's no warrant. There's no search warrant because there's no probable cause to link them to the house. There's no blood trail from the house. There's no drag marks through the snow. There's not a single footprint through the snow to indicate anything happened in the house. People are in the house. There's no sign of a struggle in the house. There's nothing in plain view when the police are invited into the house. Now, they can't conduct a search because there's no probable cause. There's no warrant. Anything in plain view, hey, that's game. They cannot search. They didn't search town hall. They didn't search the police station. They didn't do a forensic sweep of the Waterfall Bar and Grill. That's fishy to me. That's fishy to me. Yeah. Conspiracy after they moved. So they don't even have possession of the house to offer it to investigators to show the house by the time the conspiracy started. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's it. Without a warrant, they need consent. But at this point, they don't even think anything happened in the house. So why would they even ask for consent? Well, they didn't ask for consent to search 32. He was on the property line between 32 and 34. Why didn't they ask to search 34? Because there's no evidence to lead them inside the house. It's ridiculous.
To take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance.
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any
That's
training in
gross.
hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I'm not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
Yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could, yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase it.
You're a trained boxer, you're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past and I've trained to box, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I did a heavy bag.
Right.
But I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so I'm going, there's an objection.
Okay. Jackson hitting a heavy bag is irrelevant. Don't add your own commentary. The jury doesn't get commentary. This is not closing arguments. Stop it.
You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You were in fact, no?
That they were featured in a show? No.
You were never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting that you were having like a paper. I was asking.
Well, then ask a clear question. Ask a clear question. And he can ask leading questions. This is cross-examination. But the commentary is naughty.
Is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question now?
Yes.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a boxing ring,
Yes.
sparring.
I haven't seen a video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Okay.
There's a clip starting at it's time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half.
It's because he gets aggravating at those times.
That's that.
Oh no, horseplay. Can't have horseplay.
Pause. Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself, Brian?
Once again, you'd never catch me doing this because just watching it gives me anxiety. If people in my group were doing it, I would say, cut it out. I don't like it. I don't like violence. This does not look hostile in any manner.
Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
Would you like to play that?
Look, Brian Albert is smiling. Zoomed in, you can tell he's smiling. Boy, that's hostile. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Who's got a smile? Where's Chloe the dog now? Ooh, that's a good word. Skullduggery. And that's it. That's it, Alpha. I mentioned it the first time we saw this. No one is moving in to break them up. No one seems to be concerned. It's almost like everyone else is laughing. They know it's playful. And I'm looking forward to Mike Tyson hopefully knocking some sense into Jake Paul. That would be wonderful. Not that I'm going to watch it. So, dude in flannel to the right. Is that Johnny or is that the Greek sounding name? Coca something or other. Coca-Pelli here. I don't remember. Cotopaxi. No, I don't remember.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Would you,
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes,
Had you seen that before?
part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No.
Any explanations?
No, just,
Just showed you the clip and?
yeah, I just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation, you've given him an
Yeah, I'm
explanation for it.
right. I said, I think we're just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right.
Just fooling around.
Yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Okay. Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
He was going into a poop stance. He was shitting his pants.
Playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Haynes do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing. We just,
Fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah,
What were you two talking about? I can tell you talking.
yeah. I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no.
Is he telling you what?
I mean, I'm not a boxer, but that squat to me is not a boxing stance. That's a wrestling, it's wrestling.
he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing.
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and then start walking up toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down, pulled your
Nothing
hand legs
whatsoever.
up, you squatted down.
As I've said, I think they're trying to indicate it escalated on the way home and Johnny must have tried to break them up. Because otherwise, two friends messing around, having fun with huge smiles on their face is not incriminating. It's ridiculous.
To indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That would that's indicating being silly. That
Okay.
that's-
And then
Because once again, boxing, you want to be tall. You put a low center of gravity, and your opponent can punch across their fat chest into your face because you're squatting for a low center of gravity. You want to stand up straight so that they have to reach up to hit your chin. It's not a boxing stance. It's a poor fighting stance for what he does. In fact, it's being silly. I mean, does Jackson watch Monty Python, the Ministry of Silly Walks, and think, by golly, that guy's got spastic legs? It's like he has no concept of friendship. He has no concept of fun. He has no concept of silliness. Of course, it's his job. It's his job. When he's off the clock, he might be jocular and silly and, blow off steam. But based on this, you would think he and Yannetti have no concept of friendship whatsoever. And The Life of Brian is the best movie ever. So
At some point, while you're being silly, you then fake a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
We'll take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day, 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds. Pause it. And highlight it. For Mr. Higgins.
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with a hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, we're gonna play this.
and who's to your left?
Pause. You see what you just did?
He's mounting him. He's demonstrating sex positions. He's demonstrating how Chloe gets it on with the neighbor's dog. Yeah, it was unicorns. You get it.
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No,
Is
I
that
don't
a
think.
control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No. That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
Let's go ahead and play this. Sorry. You see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but
Look, Mr. Albert, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Yeah, I don't,
you that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting?
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Okay, but just a little bit more.
That's it. They're laughing. They have smiles on their faces. No one is running for cover. No one is taking a defensive stance. No one is trying to break them up. They all have smiles on their faces. The other people are laughing. They're not getting physical. They're roughhousing. They're playing. They're having fun. They're big kids. And Jackson's mother probably enjoyed it. Jackson was probably in the closet with Chloe the dog watching.
Longer. Almost finished.
And look, John right there smiling. John O'Keefe in the hat at the bar, smiling, point and laugh. My goodness, this, he's about to be killed by these guys because they're play fighting and he's laughing at them. It's because he laughed, right? This is ridiculous.
Did you see the rest of the video?
Yes,
No question that you two are being friendly with one another.
Exactly.
Correct?
yes,
You agree with that?
yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And is there another video? Do
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
you remember anybody else? Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No,
That's just you two.
People behind him in a different party off video might have been doing the same thing. They might have been mocking them. He doesn't know.
Correct?
yes,
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
Including John O'Keefe.
yes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th.
Well, hang on. John O'Keefe didn't head to his house. He headed to his front yard. If we're being pedantic.
Everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's?
Yeah, he knows that John ended up outside of his house. He might have been dumped there. He doesn't know that John and Karen didn't go to John's house and, John was subsequently dumped on the front lawn as a cover-up. He doesn't know that. And I'd be mocking them with gay friends, straight friends, anyone. I mean, but especially that, bear hug from behind, I'd definitely be, well, I might not be mocking it just because you never know. People are weird, but people get violent.
So you have one on each.
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants, and at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have a phone in bed?
Number one, some people play on their phone to fall asleep. Number two, he's been on the road all day. He's tired. He's drunk. He forgets to put it on the charger. My dad, we've talked about my dad's phone. It's not charged half the time because he sets it down somewhere and doesn't pick it up until he needs it. And then he realizes, oh shit, there's no charge. He doesn't charge it all every night because my dad is old. Little older than Mr. Albert.
We have 5 kids. And, if somebody was trying to call, if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
And what about
Modern phones, well, I guess his phone was a little old at this point, but if you're not playing games on them all day like some jackasses. Not me, I mean. But if you're not playing on your phone all day, a phone's charge might last 2-3 days if you're not using it much. He might not have needed to charge it. It might have been half charged. And, fugitive task force, I imagine lots of time spent at the desk. Plug it in at the desk at work. That might be his habit. Friday night, charge it on Saturday.
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
He didn't testify about the battery charge. He testified about the location.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
every single night.
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said
I have my phone next to me in bed. I have the charger, like Vince. Single. I can have shit on the bed next to me. I have the phone, and I charge it every night. It's next to me. So he recalls the phone was next to him because that's his practice.
4 questions ago. It depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in bed.
But you didn't ask him, did you charge it? You're assuming he didn't charge it. I don't remember you specifically asking, did you plug it in? You asked about the location.
Sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
Don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out bars that night, correct?
Maybe the phone was plugged in the car on the road trip.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be an assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the 2.
So why didn't you answer the phone when you're sleeping? That's going to be his question. That's where he's going.
Yes,
Got it. Your phone have a ringer on it?
it does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah. Depends on you. Just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you. Which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right,
I
so that's the same. That's stricken.
Okay, once again, no commentary. Stop that. Stop that. You know what I'm going to ask you. Up yours. That's what you're going to ask me. But I have my phone in bed with me. It's on vibrate. I never turn the ringer on. Half the time, if it rings when I'm asleep, I don't answer it because I sleep through it. But I'd sleep through the ringer too.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No.
Just the phone and your glasses.
Yes.
And Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the 2 of you.
Usually, yes.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently
Ghostbusters.
called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22.
Okay. I have fallen asleep with my phone, and, fingerprint identification to turn it on. I haven't butt dialed in my sleep, but I certainly have turned random apps on that I haven't used ever or in a long time. It recognizes my finger. I've fallen asleep holding it, pass out. It happens. It happens.
In 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m., 6:30 a.m. at night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So how do you explain it?
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
How did you inadvertently call him? It was inadvertent. I don't know. It was unintentional. I wasn't paying attention because it was inadvertent. That is perhaps the stupidest question Jackson has asked. That's approaching Elaine territory. That's ridiculous.
Well,
I don't like it about that. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
a long time.
As a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it's all right.
Stop. Stop with the
Communicated
commentary. That's 3 times today. You've already been admonished twice. Stop. 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 That's it. How dare he? And Jackson is really getting on my nerves. I thought Yannetti was the one I disliked the most. He's an aggressive jackass, but Jackson is. I guess he's a Jackson ass.
A different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife, and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
What
Judy, good to see you.
you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you...
Hey, what does intimate mean? What does intimate mean? Once again, you need to be exact. What does intimate mean? It doesn't mean sex. Sex is intimate, but sleeping with your wife, like sleeping in the same bed as your wife, that's intimate. What does intimate mean? What? Be exact. Be exact. And Grey Duck, sometimes being a dick works. But usually you want to come across as at least a little sympathetic. You can be aggressive without being a dick. You can ask questions without badgering. So Yeah. And good luck in the fall.
If you have something you can read me or show me.
Is it your testimony? Let me just ask.
That-
is it
Sure.
your
That's it. Leaving the bathroom door open while you're pooping. That's intimate.
testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
System.
I'd like to show you an exhibit briefly. I have just one more.
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Clearly, it's why I'm single.
Sir, I just want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13, and then let me know when you're prepared.
That would have been smart on my part, Alpha. Textbooks put me to sleep. Textbooks, oh, I'm a terrible student. I'm good at being a student, but I'm a terrible student. So that's actually excellent advice.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that?
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Come on, Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How many times does she have to tell you how to refresh his recollection? You're an experienced lawyer. You should know this. Cut it out. Slow down. Follow the rules.
Isn't it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 timeframe, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, with the court's permission, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you recall every call?
The only problem with an ebook is if a professor does not allow computers. That was only in my evidence class. But ebooks are much lighter since you're carrying your laptop anyway.
That you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? You remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Every one of those calls was to conspire. Every single phone call in the next couple of days was a conspiracy. It's not, oh my God, something traumatic happened. It's big news. It's almost like when something happens, your ordinary flow of calls is disrupted. It's like let's see. I was watching a video last night. It was Oompaville talking about the Dan Schneider controversy, quiet on set, Nickelodeon, child abuse allegations, and Dan Schneider suing over quiet on the set. And Oompaville showed the Google search trends, and it's a flat line, and then quiet on the set, and it's like, whoa, there's a mountain, and then it comes down pretty quickly and goes back to a flat line, probably spiked up again when Snyder sued. But it's almost like your telephone activity does the same thing when a dead body is found on your lawn, even if you had nothing to do with it.
I may not even get there.
Yeah.
I'll show it to you.
Yeah. Searching, how do you hide a dead body? How long to freeze in the snow?
Yes. That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right, I'm not gonna be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct, yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before, yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right, and you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes,
And these are call records from January 29th
yes,
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22.
Once again, he hasn't denied that he butt dialed Brian Higgins at 2 something.
22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length. And that's from you
And
to him,
that's
correct?
it. We all would, June. It's, and as I've said, I'm about as vanilla as they come. But I'll suddenly get a thought watching TV or watching a trial or just whatever. I wonder. Oh, wait, I have this magic machine in my pocket that I can Google that right now.
It says 1 second. I don't,
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail? And then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it, I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone.
Quimby is your friend. Or it's called Quimby, right, Alpha? It's been a little while, but basically, anytime I was cold called, I had the Quimby case brief in front of me because you don't need to read the whole case usually. But yeah, smaller notes on legal briefs, and always get the outline from someone who already took the class. Even making your own outline is good, but then compare it to the old outline so that you know you have everything you need. So let someone else do the work for you.
It somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes,
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
yes,
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
We watched a few seconds of it, a clip of it, I think, in law school, but I've never watched Paper Chase. And once again, you butt dial Brian Higgins at 2 a.m. He doesn't answer because, you fumble with your phone at 2 a.m. He sees a call, oh shit, and returns the call. That makes sense. It's what humans do.
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes,
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
that's what the records reflect, yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that
Why would he check his phone? Okay, now, generally, first thing I do when I wake up is I look at my phone to see the time. If I wake up naturally. If not, I'm reaching for my phone to turn off the alarm. So generally, my phone is in my hand first thing when I wake up. But do you know what usually doesn't happen first thing I wake up? my sister-in-law usually doesn't burst in. Remember, she has a key to the house. My sister-in-law has absolute access to this house. I can be in, Buxtehude. I always thought that was a fake place that my Oma made up, but apparently it is a town in northern Germany. So I could be in Buxtehude. And my sister-in-law has full access to the house. She burst into my room at 6 a.m, hysterical. Joe, get your ass out of bed. There's a dead body on the front lawn. I'm not looking. Oh, let me check if someone called last night. Just give me a minute to, play a little Candy Crush. I'm out the door. I mean, I might take the time to put my leg on, but I'm probably going out on crutches. But I'm out the door. I'm not checking my phone. I'm not checking my call log to see, did anyone call last night? My general assumption is between the time I go to bed at 2 a.m. and my sister-in-law bursts in at 6 o'clock, waking me up, my general assumption is I don't receive a call between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m.
The call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
And 30 seconds, that could be voicemail.
So it would have been a missed call.
I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call. I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What do you mean?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? If your wife calls you, your kids call you.
That's the difference between Chicago and Salt Lake.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red. So no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call. That you missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call. Yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Assistant.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
But Verizon or T-Mobile or whatever would have it in their records that it's a missed call. Now, assuming Brian Higgins left a voicemail, it's very possible that, well, number one, thinking, if I received that voicemail, hey, I just got a call from you. Is everything okay? Had fun tonight. See ya. If I received that, it's like, I'm not holding on to it for 2 years because voicemail fills up.
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You'd get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it. Yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Assistant.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was, you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr.
I mean, did he lock the phone? I rarely lock my phone. Like, I sometimes will hit the power button to turn off the screen. I have to log in, but once again, that's just my fingerprint. Half the time, though, it just times out. just times out. And generally, but you can turn it off. You can have it always on. Well, at least, you know, you don't have to have it auto lock.
Albert, that's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a
The
while.
passcode doesn't lock the phone, it unlocks the phone.
Oh, I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backwards. The phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second. The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Yes,
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page or the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes,
They're alphabetized.
yes,
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes, I'm not totally.
Brian Higgins would be at the top of his recents because they'd just spent the entire day together. They'd traveled out of state together. They drove home from New York City to Boston together. They went to multiple bars together, and then they went to the Albert house together. That takes some coordination. He would be at the top of the recent contacts.
Tap on recents. Those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contacts in the recents list that you want to call, right?
Yes,
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiate, right?
Unless
Yes.
the other
I mean, you don't just
party
say
ends.
goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap.
If the other party ends the call, it ends it on your side too. If the other party doesn't answer, eventually your phone's going to automatically terminate the call.
Tap it to hang it up.
right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial?
One
to
tap.
Brian Higgins?
Objection.
He didn't
Is that what
say
you're saying?
it was
No,
ever
it's not what
one
I'm saying.
tap. He might have rolled over and put his ham fist on the phone and then moved it.
What you're saying? How
I
did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
at 6:42 in the morning?
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking
He
through my
doesn't
phone.
know how he butt dialed because it was a butt dial.
But dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but
Maybe he accidentally called, but his phone was otherwise on Do Not Disturb. I mean, I mentioned a couple days ago, my parents were on a trip. They were overseas. My dad, like the day after they got home, asked me to look at his phone because he couldn't get it off airplane mode. So he wasn't receiving calls. I've accidentally put my phone on Do Not Disturb. I'm playing games. I'm on my phone, but it's not going to disturb me. So I'm not going to receive the call. I can still make outbound calls when I have my phone on Do Not Disturb. Do you know why? My outbound calls are not disturbing me, usually, unless I butt dial.
I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well, you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You know what, I'm gonna.
Stop.
Stop.
Finally, that's at least the fourth time that Jackson has given his commentary, and she has chastised him multiple times. I'm hoping this sidebar is Jackson, cut it the fuck out. He's driving me nuts. And that's it. You are asking me to guess, and then you're getting mad at me that you're telling me to guess.
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2 a.m.?
I'm saying it could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked, and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red.
I don't know how to take that, Diver Dan. Other than I am already crazy, but that, well, yeah.
For the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes,
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I don't.
I don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes,
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
Touching butts. He must be a Bob's Burgers fan. But once again, butt dial is colloquial. It could be his ham fist. Could be he's asleep on his side, hand on the phone, accidentally calls Brian Albert. Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins calls back. His hand is on the phone, so it answers. Brian Higgins, hello, hello, hello. Oh, must be a butt dial. And then he hangs up.
no, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You'd agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
I'm sure he's Gen X, but he's got the boomer mentality. So
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes, but Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no,
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
Now your testimony is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question and you answered, quote, yeah, it's only possible that it's me, end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, But I guess I could have talked to him, meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I don't-
Allow this, and this is-
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone, and you're aware of that as well.
Yes,
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jim McCabe about 6:30, correct?
yes,
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
no,
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone
I don't remember him saying he grabbed his phone to make a call. Unless that's grand jury. I don't remember him saying that.
and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
yes.
You lying, mischaracterizing weasel. You're woken up about 6:30 by Jim McCabe, yes, and you grab your phone to make a call at 7:15, 45 flipping minutes later. You weasel, you slimy snake in the grass. Oh, I hate him. I absolutely despise his questioning.
But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you were awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes,
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
yes,
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
yes.
The same person you had called
There are times that I call my friend before I call my brother.
with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Because he came to the house. I think I may have butt dialed you. Sorry. How did he know to come to the house? He was called at 7:20.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and the day, throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Us Versus Them is an amazing song, Biff. Come on. Come on. Of course, it's widely known. Led Zeppelin is my 1A. Pink Floyd is my 1B.
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yes.
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m., spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes.
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes
Once again, how dare he talk to his friends and family who might know Johnny? How dare he be in shock? Because even if you don't know John O'Keefe very well, him winding up dead on your front lawn would put you in shock. How dare you gather your circle, you come together.
your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. timeframe.
Trying to find it.
Take your time.
And eating
time are you
Cocoa
referring to?
Puffs is just
3:24 p.m.
cuckoo.
I see it, yes.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. Speak for a minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. Spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning
That
back to your
too.
call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day. Spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for a minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls, no.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There were a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those
I realize it's a slightly different subject, but it's like the No Doubt song Spiderwebs is about phone calls, but it's about a stalker not stopping calling Gwen Stefani. But it's like there's a spider web of phone calls. He's calling everyone and everyone else is calling everyone else, and it creates this great big web of phone calls because they're all in shock. They all have stuff to say to each other.
many calls that you just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert. Were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
I'm going to interrupt you, jury. We're going to send the jury out. There's actually
So send the jury out. This is getting too far afield. They might need a new voir dire based on, pretrial rulings. Covering up your story, getting your story straight.
why don't we take the license? I'll see counsel inside now.
Court, all right, please.
I would definitely think that's a downgrade from Gavin Rosdale, but if they work, they work, of course. I think, I like 90s, no doubt. I think Tragic Kingdom is one of the best albums of the 90s. Gwen Stefani solo is terrible. All right.
She never asks me.
All right, so we'll have the lunch and recess then.
All right, let's see.
You are
And ideally, they can know of the Alberts, but they can't be friends with the Alberts. There's got to be some line drawn. And once again, it's not just Canton, it's Norfolk County. I think I said Suffolk County on Friday, but Norfolk County. So it's drawn from Dedham and wherever the Alberts live now, the town between Canton and Dedham. And so it's pretty easy to get non-Canton jurors who might not know the Alberts. But yeah, they also needed to weed out Turtle Boy viewers. So
Muted.
all right, let's zoom through lunch because once again, I want to get through this. Before all my shouting gives me too much of a headache.
All saying
So, yeah, I don't, Gareth. I don't know what a hollaback girl is, and I don't think I want to know. Air. Sorry. I made a. I think I made a Little Britain joke already, but that might. I think that was actually in Irish Demon's comment section, because Irish Demon traveling to Wales, I made a joke. I hope you enjoyed your time in Clondui Brevi. My British friends will know the joke. But for lunch today, dust. The renowned diet food, dust.
I like that.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court is back in session.
You are muted.
So, Mr. Jackson, if I had realized that you only had a couple of questions left,
unmuted.
we would not have taken the break when we did. So,
may I proceed?
please.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier. The September 22nd, 2022 date, recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicated you got rid of your phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not aware that that was the first date that I appeared on this case? It was nationally televised?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you aware that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you know about the hearing date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
Knew nothing about it?
No.
Okay. Let me ask a different question. This is going to dovetail into an earlier conversation you and I had concerning statement that you gave to in June of 2023 to the other hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm fumbling the language a little bit, but you understand the hearing that I'm talking about?
Yes.
Because he's not allowed to mention it's a federal grand jury, I'm assuming.
You indicated a little bit earlier in my questioning that you did not recall saying something to the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. You remember saying that? That you didn't recall that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, there's a highlighted portion of that transcript. If you just take a look at that, and when you finish reviewing it, just look up at me and let me know.
Yes, I got.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, did that refresh your recollection as to the colloquy that you had with someone questioning you about this issue in June of 2023?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified as follows, question, can you just...
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memory is refreshed.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say an answer
Once again, the transcript is hearsay. You can't read from it.
to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. You recall that?
Yes,
Were those many calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement and how you were going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
no, absolutely not.
Were those calls, or those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No,
Were those many calls in any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustained.
Everyone, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jeb Jensen, no. Based on what has been, well, okay, let me back up. Based on what has been presented in court, there's not enough to convict her yet. She is factually innocent until proven guilty. Brian Albert is not, will not, cannot go to jail. If Karen Reed is found not guilty, the Commonwealth has all the evidence. If they thought Brian Albert was guilty, they would have charged him. Karen Reed being found guilty or not has no impact on the Commonwealth. If they don't have evidence against Brian Albert, he's not going to jail. Period. And it's generally not a good idea, even in my comment section, to be casting aspersions. Now, I realize you didn't make a factual statement that Brian Albert is a murderer or Colin Albert is a murderer. That's generally not a good idea. Chances are they don't sue you, but it's generally not a good idea to be committing defamation anywhere. Anywhere. And yeah, the conditional if is very difficult sometimes. So yeah, morning wood and butt dialing, that bad combination. Bad combination. All right, redirect.
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon.
You were asked some questions about the week prior to being at the waterfall. At some point, you were at the hillside, correct?
Yes,
You were there with friends and family, is that correct?
yes,
You weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
no, I was not.
And same with respect to the waterfall on January 28th, you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes,
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
no, they came unrelated to anything I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the waterfall from January 28th, in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes,
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
no,
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
yes, it looked like there were other people at the table as well as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her, behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
You were asking questions about going over to Ms. McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything.
Because they're family. Family supports each other. There are family members I don't particularly like. I'd still be there to support them.
Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
Again, how long have you known Ms. McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now,
Not just
at
a
your home
sister-in-law.
on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
No,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She's a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they might not particularly want her around them.
That's it. I've talked about my childhood dog, the collie, and if you were on the other side of the fence, he barked at you. If you were inside the fence or inside the house, he'd jump on you to say hello. Not everyone likes that. So if we had guests that we knew didn't like dogs or didn't think like dogs, even if our dog wanted to be inside that, he was outside.
And were you more concerned about the people in the house that didn't know Chloe, or were you more concerned about Chloe herself?
The people in the house. Never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two dogs.
Now, you were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your house. Do you recall that?
Drawing.
Yes.
Had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist's rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
And when Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th,
Yes.
that was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral, is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from the New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty. And that was his funeral.
And did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
It's irrelevant.
Now, with reference to, you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple drinks, correct?
Yes.
And then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after.
I mean, it would be better to ask Trooper Proctor. You didn't investigate inside 34 Fairview Road, did you? No, there was no evidence that led me there. You didn't investigate inside 32 Fairview Road either, did you? No, no evidence. Did you investigate in any of the houses on that street? No evidence. So it's not just 34 Fairview Road you didn't have evidence for. So Trooper Proctor is better suited for answering that question.
The two.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he.
Sustained. Next question.
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came down?
I think he's doing his best too, because that's it. You want to take the wind out of their sails. Often you bite the bullet and bring it up on direct, but sometimes, especially if the defense is flailing, bringing up conspiracies, we still don't know which third party they're claiming killed John. Is it the Bryans roughhousing? Is it Colin? Is it Caitlin? They'd be better off saying it was some Puerto Rican guy did a hit and run. That's more plausible. That's, you don't have to build a conspiracy out of it. But when you still don't know who the defense is blaming. It's just someone else. It's hard to take the sting out of everything because you don't know what they're going to say. You're not sure where they're going to go. The defense, as the defense pointed out the week before the trial, we don't have to tell you shit. We have to provide you with exhibits. We have to provide you with our experts. Other than that, we don't owe you anything. So a lot of it is just, Prosecutor Lally using his intuition where they're going to go and trying to preempt whatever he can, but that's why you have redirect. So
On stage.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside?
Objection.
The objection system.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
No, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give. There was nothing I could do.
You were asking questions about the sort of bulkhead in the back of your house, correct?
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were testifying about?
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen. The bulkhead door opens up almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like. That's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th to 29th, 2022.
No, those are not the doors we had.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what if any kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
Is that something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
So it sounds like it's a good reason for the new owners to replace it. But if it's something those in the kitchen could hear, two random people in the party couldn't wander off and open it to dispose of a body because everyone would have noticed it.
Now, in reference to that bulkhead, what if any security or what if, was it open, was it locked? How was that left?
So the bulkhead door was shut and it was broken. So sometimes you could turn the middle thing to lock it, and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
Now, as far as from the bulkhead.
That's it. I've mentioned, we've got the basement door. Before it was replaced with a modern door, the door that came with the house was terrible. It had a chain latch and then the sliding mechanism to lock it. So there was no key on the outside. We just didn't use it because it was so difficult to lock and unlock. You'd sometimes have to take a hammer to slide the slider. It just wasn't convenient, so we didn't use it. By the sound of it, the basement is the weight room and, water damaged, sewage damaged area. They don't use it for socializing. They wouldn't use it to come and go. All the living space is on the main and upper floor. So now, of course, the door generally being locked doesn't preclude it from being opened from the inside, but can you open the bulkhead doors from the inside without a key? Without, what does that take? So
You were shown in that video a gate that opens up to the front yard area of the house, is that correct?
Yes.
What if any other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's also a gate on the opposite side of the house.
And the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving your phone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, there are certain types of information, are you familiar with being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes,
Would that include calls?
it could.
Could that also include texts?
Yes,
Could that include photos?
yes,
Could that include contacts?
yes.
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2022 date?
Yes,
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in.
So it's almost like an awful lot of information traveled with the change of phones, wasn't destroyed. But gonna take a quick potty break and then I'll be back and we'll finish off for the night. So give me just a minute. Behave. And yeah. All right, I'm back. I hope you all behaved, as I said, but that's much better. In case you're wondering, want to avoid the dreaded uromycotitis. Yeah, which is clearly not a thing. It's just from Seinfeld. But yeah, Brian has been a good witness, especially considering all the garbage that's been flung at him. And yeah, he has a stressful job. He's been on the stand over 100 times before. You know, as Judy says, testified plenty in his professional life. His estimate is at least 100 times. You know, I've never been on the witness stand before. I've been in court before, plenty, but I'd maybe be a little nervous on the witness stand my first time. So he's certainly, all things considered, done a very good job. So he's a credible witness. He's doing his best not to speculate. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. So yeah, but let's get back to it.
Regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
Yes,
Are you also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
yes,
You okay? You brought up the crap. You, as the defense, brought up you have been ordered not to dispose of your phone or anything, and da da da. But the order in response about denying them access to the physical phone, object to that, because that hurts you. It's almost as if they weren't going to get your physical phone. They were just going to get the information off of it, which, by the sound of it, most of that information was already got, because it's in the cloud. It's Apple has it, the data farms have it, the NSA has it, the Verizon has it. So, and that's very true. He seems cool, calm, and collected, unflappable. That doesn't mean he doesn't have steam coming out of his ears, during the breaks. Doesn't mean he's not squeezing his fists as a self-soothe. So that's a very good point, June.
it was denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
You were asked some questions about boxing, correct?
Yes,
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
yes.
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing match?
20, close to 20 years ago.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics.
As I've said, I come home and that's when I rant. I don't do it at work. I've never ranted at the office, any job ever. I come home and I rant because it's unprofessional at work. I want to have a good reputation.
Is that correct?
Yes,
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
yes. And within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics.
You talking about me wanting to haul off on Jackson? Because what one of the benefits of being me is I can projectile kick. So
training.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your house, where you used to live, 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or notice with reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
So oftentimes, using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
And is that something?
So most of my house now has excellent reception. There was a time when it didn't. And some carriers would work, some wouldn't. Verizon used to suck here, whereas AT&T was fine. Now I think they're all fine because, there's a 5G pole 2 houses away. And I'm still upset it never gave me my superpowers. I'm not even magnetic. And it would be devastating because then the rest of the fight I'm hopping, but 8 or 9 pound titanium and carbon fiber prosthetic leg, thrown, it can do damage. And when I was in England, I had a cheapo phone plan. I can't remember what it was. And my college, O2 was the only carrier that worked up at the top of the hill. And I was dumb enough that I didn't listen to my friend when she told me O2 is the only one that works at the top of the hill, because she'd done her undergrad at Durham at, Van Milder College right across the road. So she knew. But yeah, I almost threw my phone in the river. Instead, I just got a new SIM card through O2. But yeah, dead zones are a thing, especially in an older house. This house, lath and plaster, it's got pretty solid walls. The lath and plaster, well, upstairs, I think it's the board and plaster style, but the basement is, other than this room, is lath and plaster. That's basically a Faraday cage. So it's just the window really where the 5G is able to come in. And I got you.
Thing that recurred over the time that you lived there?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the phone and prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife sometime after 2 a.m., do you recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time? Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened sometimes and then it was closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
So the phone may not have been locked at the time that you began that situation with your wife?
It may not have been.
With reference to the call logs, the phone records that you were shown, best you remember.
My dad always wanted to build a ferro cement house. I'm sure that would have been nothing but a Faraday cage, because it would have been basically chicken wire sculpture covered in concrete. Would have looked cool. You can make some real abstract art out of that, but yeah. And I didn't watch the business trial. I couldn't.
Memory, is that the entirety of the phone calls that you made around that time?
No, it looks like it's selective people and numbers.
And with respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, you were discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated as well.
He's popular.
Can I have one moment, John?
Yes.
Other calls from other
Mr.
people
Allen,
who don't know about
On the early
Johnny.
morning of January 29th, 2022, did John O'Keefe ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they
Hey,
come
that's
in. And
non-responsive.
I wish they had. I really do.
Responding about the defendant, that's non-responsive. Technically, the I wish they had is probably also non-responsive, but I agree. I wish they had come in. If they had come in and they were arguing, we could have broken it up. I wish to God they had come in the house. We wouldn't be here today if they had come in the house. Well, assuming Karen didn't do it the next day or a month later or whatever, but sounds like it was spur of the moment, whether it was an accident, which is, accidents are spur of the moment, or intentional, still spur of the moment, I think, but maybe she planned it and this just seemed like her opportunity. Oh, it's a blizzard. I can get away with it. And she'd been meaning to for a while.
were ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
I have nothing further on.
Very briefly.
Okay.
Very briefly,
So,
says
talk about Cell
Jackson.
phone reception not being good in your house. When did you and Mr. Lally talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't remember which prep, probably the last one.
I thought you only had one prep with Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
So that's two.
so you brought up the fact that you had that cell phone reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation?
It's attorney work client privilege. It's attorney work product privilege is what I meant to say. Work product privilege. So even if Lally had taken notes, now, if there's exculpatory material, he'd have to share the exculpatory material with the defense. But his notes are his work product. It's irrelevant to you if he took notes or not.
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, there had been the DA's office, and now your memories refreshed?
Yes.
What refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally over the lunch hour?
Briefly,
Bring up the fact that that cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So, you and Mr.
So
Lally talked-
not about your testimony, because that would be inappropriate. Logistics, yes. Testimony, no. Just like Courthouse Becky. What you want for lunch, yes. The evidence, no.
talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours. And the conversation consisted of, you probably got another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he was going to lunch or doing something. So
So you didn't talk about the substance of your testimony.
no.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect.
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
What was up?
Just he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's some of the questions on redirect. That's all.
Meaning he was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily.
He was going to ask you about whether or not you had that cell reception in the house?
No.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
Did he tell you what he thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope.
Did he tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
No.
He did ask you about a situation concerning the motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for us to
Come on. You objected to this.
get for the defense to get access to your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier, hadn't you?
Yes.
And the preservation order from the judge was still in place when you got rid of that phone, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't in place. He got rid of it before the preservation order was signed, let alone served.
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
He's trying to slip him up. He's trying to slip him up. Good job, Brian. Way to stay consistent. And I'm not being sarcastic. Good job staying consistent. Not getting tripped up by the slimy weasel mischaracterizing your testimony.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
And you can tell he's a very experienced witness. Acknowledge the jury without speaking to the jury. I think it adds credibility. Thank you, jury. And when he started on Friday, good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Lally, defense. Good morning, jury. Or good afternoon, whenever he started. It might have been slightly after lunch. But acknowledge the jury, but don't talk to the jury. Answer questions to the defense, but you can sometimes look to the jury. As long as you're not staring down the jury. It's adds a little humanity. So, and yeah, way to bring up an EDBism, trying to make fetch happen. But fetch didn't stick. Chloe, the German Shepherd, is a shepherd, not a retriever. So fetch didn't happen. My collie could play fetch for hours, hours, hours and hours and hours. And then my sister got that Malamute that didn't like playing fetch, but wouldn't let my dog play fetch. And oh, that was so sad. So sometimes we put the Malamute inside and play fetch. So.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll call Brian Albert Jr. to the stand.
Okay.
All right. His son staying in 34 Fairview Road. Very
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the
linear.
papers that were left up there with the last witness, I don't think are marked as anything. I just
Okay.
returned them to counsel.
Because once again, those papers shouldn't be there. So that's it. The thing is, June, as I've said, I think most of these witnesses don't prove anything for the prosecution. It's just their absence gives the defense things to insinuate. Well, they didn't call the homeowners. So I don't think the vast majority of these witnesses have anything really to help the prosecution. It's just their absence would hurt the prosecution, is my interpretation. So, yes, justice for the puppers. If the puppers did anything wrong, it's the human's fault.
Step right up here.
Oh, he's a big boy.
May I stand in face of the court? Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court and during the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
There's your answer. Of course, I'm not a great judge on it, but there you go. He's I don't know if he played football with his cousin, but he's definitely got the linebacker to maybe even in high school lineman build. He's a big dude. Not fat, just he's a big dude. Absolutely.
Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. And as I said, first day, I think if jurors, if Turtle Boy fans did sneak onto the jury, that could be $1 million mistake for Karen Reed, because if everyone else on the jury votes guilty and the one or two Turtle Riders go not guilty because, free Karen Reed, yada, yada, I think the prosecution would absolutely try this case again, except they'd probably try to move it into Boston, and for good cause. That they'll say, look, Your Honor, it's been shown we can't get a fair jury in Norfolk County. It must be moved into Boston. Greater jury pool, less likely, to have any connections whatsoever. And then, she's got to put on her $1 million defense once again. So if any Turtle Riders got on the case or on the jury, it could be $1 million mistake. Although, it delays the ultimate decision if it's a hung jury, delays the inevitable by however long. So maybe worth $1 million to her.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Albert Jr., and it's Albert.
Clearly grew up in a law enforcement family with that mustache, so.
And where do you live, sir?
I live currently in Norwood, MA.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
I believe since I think it's about a year, since last May.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live before?
I lived in Canton,
And where specifically in Canada?
34 Fairview Road.
True.
And how long was it, sir, that you lived at 34 Fairview?
I'm going to guess, but I'm going to say maybe about 10 years.
And how old are you now, sir?
I'm 25.
And with respect to both where you live in Norwood and where you live in Canton, if anyone did you live there?
Well, when I lived in Canton, I lived at one point with my 4 siblings, but then some of them moved out. And then in Norwood now, it's basically just me and my parents, and 2 of my siblings are at school. So they come home in the summer and stuff.
And by your parents, your father's name is Brian Albert as well.
But once again, Jackson doesn't have any burden of proof. So, all he has to do is create doubt. But he certainly, to me, didn't create any doubt. So.
Was that correct?
Yes.
And your mother's name is Nicole?
Yes.
Now,
If I shaved, I'm 40. If I shaved, I could convince people I'm younger than him.
you work, sir?
Yeah, I do. I work in IT.
And how long have you been doing that?
That job will be a year, maybe a year in August, I believe.
If I could turn your attention to the time frame of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022.
No idea.
That
Idea. It could be, but I assume it's Colin Albert, the one that Turtle Boy claims is the murderer. So I don't know. As I said, I don't watch Turtle Boy. The only Turtle Boy nonsense I've seen is when Kate covers him on Masshole, because once again, Turtle Boy is awful. Why would anyone choose to watch him? Ugh.
Yes, I do.
And with the 28th and the 29th, you know roughly what days of the week that was?
Maybe a Friday and a Saturday, I believe.
And with respect to 28th or the 29th, what, if any, significance do those dates have?
Yeah, so the 29th is my birthday. The 28th was the day before my birthday, obviously. So I had a few.
He's definitely had more than the birthday donuts over time, but yeah. And I definitely have a few scraggly bits in the beard that get hidden as it grows out longer. So
Few friends over for my birthday.
And do you recall how old you were turning on the 29th of 2022?
That was what, 2 years ago? So I'd be 23?
he turned
I think.
turned 23.
Now, in the week leading up to that weekend, what, if any, plans did you have with respect to sort of the night before and the night of it?
Yeah. So I was kind of up in the air. I didn't know if I wanted to go out. I'm kind of a homebody person. I like to stay at home. So I was kind of up in the air. So my plan was to have some of my friends over to my house. We would eat, have a couple of drinks, and then I would decide then if I wanted to go out.
That's a good point, June. As his dad said, as Brian Sr. said, I wish to God they had searched the house. It'd be a lot easier on me. It's if Trooper Proctor on the afternoon of the 29th showed up at their door and said, "Here, I've got a search warrant. Let me in. Get lost so you don't interfere. I'm searching the house." If he had done that and turned up nothing, of course, there was no probable cause to do that. But if he had, hey, that clears up all the nonsense. So I like that.
Locally in Canton or not. So that was my plan. And then a few days before, that's when we found out that the snowstorm was actually going to happen, because you know how they always say it's going to snow and it never does. So then that kind of threw a wrench in it, but I was kind of like, well, we'll see what happens. And so we went along with the plan.
And that particular evening of January 28th, that's at some point people came over your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And about what time was it that the friends first started coming over?
I would say my friends first arrived probably around 7:30 p.m.
And who were the first of your friend group that came to your house that night?
The first 2 were Sarah and Julie.
And just for the record, Sarah's last name is what?
Levinson.
And Julie's last name is?
Nagel.
And with respect to
Were you intimate with either of them?
Them coming over to your house, was there anybody else from your household, your family, or anybody else that was present when Sarah and Julie stopped by?
I believe when they first got there, my mom was still at the house. She hadn't left yet to go out where she was going.
You know where she was going that night?
I believe she was going to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
You know who, if anyone, she was going there with?
Yes, she got picked up by my Aunt Julie.
That too.
Now, Ms. Levinson and Ms. Nagel, how long have you known them?
I've known them, I would say, since high school. I think I was a sophomore and they're a year older than me. They were a junior. So probably a good 7, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. In between there.
And when they came over your house, what was it that you did?
Well, we were just hanging out. I had a few more friends who were on their way, so they came after. Probably around 8 o'clock, I would say, 8:15. They were there, and we were just all hanging out, listening to music. We ate some food. I think we played some card games. Just normal hangout stuff.
And over the course of this evening, did yourself and your guests
Not for me, because I don't have the attention span to play cards. I can sit there bullshitting while other people play cards, but I would lose my mind if I had to sit there paying attention to cards.
did you also have some alcohol?
No, yeah, people were drinking it.
Recall, generally speaking, what people were drinking?
Mostly like seltzers, like White Claws or Trulies and stuff like that.
Now, you mentioned that some other friends came about a half hour or so after Julie and Sarah arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who were they?
They are. Do you want their full names or?
Please.
Okay. They are Catherine Duty. Catherine Duty. Trying to think. Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, and I think that's it that I can recall as I sit here.
And with respect to those other friends, how did you know them? How long did you
I knew everyone from school. We all went to high school together. So the other ones were in my grade. So we were closer friends because they were in my grade. So I've known them for a long time.
And just to be clear, when you say from school, you're talking about high school?
High school, yes.
You went to Canton High School, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Now,
What was your football number?
with respect,
And Ryan, that's what we've been saying all along. Prosecution hasn't proved anything yet. If they prove anything, I don't think it will be there until Trooper Proctor testifies. And it's possible he comes off as completely unbelievable. And I mean, we do have statements from Karen Reed so far. The firefighters have testified they heard her. I hit him. Oh God, I hit him. And we have Erin O'Keefe testifying about her phone call with Karen Reed about, there are some days I wish I hadn't met an O'Keefe since 2004. To me, that's the only incriminating evidence so far. But as I've said, I think the reason we've had the gaggle of Alberts so far is it takes away the sting that, of the defense calling them, of the defense saying they weren't called because conspiracy. So I think, I've also said, I think having Trooper Proctor as one of the first witnesses, like, remember in the Darrell Brooks trial, the lead investigating detective was both the first witness and the last witness to clarify anything that any other witnesses brought up. And to me, that probably would have worked better than this linear way that Lolly is doing it. I understand why Lolly is doing it, but it's not super exciting and it may lose the jury. Sometimes you want to come out guns blazing and show it. And that's it. I want to hear from Proctor. And it could be that, with Proctor, there is a conflict of interest. And so they want to bury his testimony in the middle, not the beginning, not the end, just slide him right in the middle. And he's less memorable, but you still get his testimony in. So, but I think he's the one, assuming, of course, any incriminating statements made by Karen Reed that we don't have yet, I assume were made to Trooper Proctor. I'm assuming. I've also said I think the automotive pool detective basically testifying about evidence on the Lexus or contained within the Lexus's material or memory, that could be incriminating as well. So those are the two big witnesses I want to hear. But I think Lolly is saving them for after, he's doing it linearly, and that all comes after the incident. So, but it could be that Lolly digs himself a hole by not captivating the jury from the start. It's a risk. So, and that's, yeah, it's an 8-week trial. Someone's got to go first. Someone's got to go last. So it's not to entertain us. But once again, if you lose the jury, you lose the jury. And at some point, if you don't get to it, the jury's going to say, why am I here again? And check out. So
Back to having your friends over your house, where sort of within the house were you all sort of hanging out?
We would all just kind of hang out, probably, I would say, and mostly in the dining room. The dining room and the kitchen were kind of like one big open space. So we would be like in the kitchen or the dining room. And sometimes I think we may have like walked into like the family room area, sat down for a little bit, but mostly it was just the dining room and the kitchen.
I'd be interested to hear from the treating physicians. That could be interesting. She may have made incriminating statements to them. I don't know.
And the family room area, is that visible from the kitchen and dining room area?
There's a wall, but there is a doorway, door frame. So you can't see all of the family room, but you can see a good amount of it, yeah.
And as far as each of your prospective friends that you were testifying from over your house, do you have any idea how they?
Proctor is a state trooper. He was the lead investigator once the state took over the case. So
How they got there?
No, I don't know. None of them drove. I know that. So I would assume that they got dropped off by someone, but I don't know who.
So there wasn't like a pile of cars like out in front of your house at any point during the evening?
No, there wasn't.
Now, later on that evening, who, if anyone else, came by the house?
Well, my cousin Colin arrived at the house at some point. And then my mom and my dad and them came back from the waterfall back to the house at some point as well.
Now, with respect to your cousin, Colin, his last name is Albert as well.
Yes.
How is he related?
He is my first cousin. He's my dad's brother's son.
And his father would be Christopher Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
He's older, younger?
Is Colin younger than me?
June, I would say, like, ignoring my dislike for her for, association with Turtle Boy, ignoring that she's a criminal defendant, I think she's conventionally attractive. So it's obviously very subjective. I think she's conventionally attractive. And, Higgins and Proctor, I'd imagine, thought the same thing. Higgins might have been flirting. So it's.
Yes, he is.
About how old was Colin around this time?
And there is that too, but we have seen her smile. The waterfall video isn't the best video, but she's smiling and laughing when Brian Albert is addressing the table or her, or, her courtroom demeanor, trying to look stoic and, isn't necessarily her. And, at this point, assuming she has been diagnosed with MS, it could be that, the facial muscles are what's primarily affected, because MS, some people, their legs work fine, but they don't have fine motor skills in their hands. Some, it's the opposite. Some, it is just totally debilitating. I've mentioned my aunt, generally it causes her a lot of pain, but usually as long as she stays on top of things, she's able to manage physical symptoms as far as, you know, movement, muscular control and stuff. So, you know, yeah. But to answer June's question, in general, and, you know, she's what, 45 years old, roughly. And so, you know, I'd consider her conventionally attractive. I hate to use, you know, to be so crass as to, you know, rate her 1 to 10. If I did, I wouldn't put her a 10. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't put her a 1 or a 2 either. It's, you know, it's subjective. So, you know, when I lived in England, she's a lot more attractive than a lot of 45-year-olds I saw. I think, you know, here in Utah, because of our state history, the population flows into the state. You know, in spite of polygamy, there's not a lot of inbreeding, you know, a lot of distinct genetic material moved into the state. And so I think Utah actually has some of the most attractive people anywhere. You know, not me, but just in general. And, you know, so yeah.
Maybe 17, I think.
Was he in high school around this time?
I would assume so, yes.
And if you recall, how was it sort of that Colin came over to your house that night? Did he reach out to you at any point? Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I don't exactly recall how he knew. I don't know how he knew that I was at my house. But at some point he did call me and said, "Oh, are you still at your house?" And I said yes. And he said, "Do you mind if I come by?" And I said, "No, of course you're welcome to come by."
And with regard to earlier at your house, when you indicated that your mother went out to the waterfall, she went out with Julia, correct? And that's your aunt?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I asked you about 3 different questions.
No, it's all right.
As far as Colin is concerned, Julia is Colin's mother.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time it was that Colin came by?
And very physically active, generally, Pat's cats, you know. I'm not much of a hiker myself, never was. I can be, if I leave my house, I can be in a national forest trail in under a mile. And yeah. Lithuanians, though, are gorgeous.
I don't recall exactly. I would say maybe closer, maybe 10:45, 11 p.m.
And once again, June, I think she's conventionally attractive. I don't think she's the most attractive. I don't think she's the least attractive. She's just, you know.
As far as the other people at the house, the women that you had over, did Colin know any of them that you knew with?
Yeah, Colin knew some of them just from being in the same town. And Colin's older brother is just 1 year older than me. So Colin's brother is in some of the greatest of the girls that were there. So that's how we knew them.
And just to be clear, Colin's older brother was also named Christopher Albert.
Yes.
And
it's not a leg thing, though, Pat. It's a lazy thing. I like being in the mountains. I don't like working for the mountains.
now, when Colin came over to the house, as far as the things that you were describing before, as far as hanging out, is that essentially what continued after Colin's arrival?
Yeah, he was just another addition. We just were continuing to do the same stuff, hanging out.
Ooh.
Now, with respect
brutal.
to within the home, you've mentioned sort of the kitchen, the dining area, and the family room. Were there any other areas of the house that anybody went to during the course of the evening?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there's a bathroom, but it's just off the kitchen. So I assume it's the bathroom. But that's really
no. 40, 45 is, you know, some people age well, some people don't. You know, as I've said, I'm 40. You put me in a lineup, I'd have to shave because the beard, you know, there's a reason I wear the beard. But you know, Brian Albert Jr., 15 years younger than me. You put us next to each other, I think most people would say I'm younger than him. So age doesn't hit everyone as kind.
But yeah, we didn't go anywhere else than that first floor area.
So mainly in the first floor, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see anybody at any time go down the basement?
No.
Did you see anybody at any time go upstairs?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You mentioned that at some points, your parents and some people that were at the waterfall came to your house, is that right?
Yes. So first, a group of my friends had left my house, and I think that was probably around. They were only there for a few minutes while Colin was there, so I would say probably around 11, 10. Me, Colin, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson at the house until my parents arrived.
And so Courtney, Catherine, and Emily would have left at some point shortly after Colin arrived.
Yes.
And
Here, you know, a lot of people fake tan, and that ages you, gives you wrinkles. It's, you know, you may never see the sun, but you get in the tanning bed and it ruins skin.
when your parents came home, if you recall, what was sort of the order of, do you recall about what time that was?
I would say that would be right around midnight. I would say maybe 12:05, 12:10ish in that area.
And just turning back to Colin for a second, do you recall, do you know how Colin came to be at your house?
Like how he was dropped, like if he was dropped off.
Yeah, yes. Did you know whether or not he drove there, was dropped off there, similar to the other people that you were?
I know he didn't drive there, but I would assume he got dropped off. He didn't say how he got there though.
Right, so we'll strike, you don't know how we got there.
Okay, yeah.
And as far as the
Can't
order of people
assume.
that arrived back at your home, who were the first people to arrive back at your home from the waterfall?
The first people to arrive were my mom, my dad, my sister Caitlin, and my dad's friend Brian Higgins.
And prior to that evening of January 28th, had you met Mr. Higgins before?
I don't recall ever meeting him. I could have met him in passing, but I don't ever formally remember meeting him, no.
Do you recall ever seeing him at your house at Fairview Road prior to that?
I don't think he'd ever been there that I have saw, no.
And as far as Colin was concerned, when your parents and your sister and Mr.
Based on your profile pic, June, I wouldn't put you much above 30, but it's not super big, so I wouldn't put you much above there.
Higgins arrives, when, in relation to that, when did Colin leave?
Colin was actually getting up and leaving as they were coming into the house.
And similar to, do you know how Colin left your house or how he, whether or not he drove or was picked up or anything?
Yeah, he was sitting at the table and I was actually sitting right next to him and he stood up and said, "I'm leaving, Allie's picking me up." And so I knew who Allie was because she's my cousin.
And what is Allie's last name?
McCabe.
And she's your cousin as well, is that correct?
Yes.
She Colin Albert's cousin?
She's not Colin's cousin. No, she's my cousin on my mom's side.
And so Colin would be your cousin on your father's side?
Yes.
And following your father, your mother, your sister, and Mr. Higgins' arrival at the home, where did they sort of congregate within the home?
In the same area that we were in the dining room, in the kitchen area. My mom got home and I know she went right to cleaning because she likes to clean. So she was in the kitchen picking up. And yeah, we were all just in that one area.
And that's what his mother testified to. She got home and she straightened up.
Following their arrival back at the home, who, if anyone else, showed up at your home that particular evening?
And then I would say maybe 10 minutes later, my auntie JJ, well, her name is Auntie Jen, but I call
That's a good rule of thumb, Alpha. A good rule of thumb. Until you know for sure, it's the villain on the South Park episode Make Love Not Warcraft.
her JJ, and Uncle Matt arrived at the house.
Your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And was that, their arrival, was that before or after Colin had left?
Colin had already left at that point, yes.
And so the alley that Colin was picked up by, what if any relationship does she have to your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt?
That's their daughter.
Now, throughout the course of the evening, well, let me ask you this, as far as when was it that the last person didn't live at your house on Fairview Road? When was it that the last person?
The last. I wouldn't know I couldn't tell you the time. Well, the last people to leave were Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, Sarah, and Julie. I don't know exactly what time that would be. I can't even guess.
What about Caitlin? Your parents testified Caitlin was the last to leave. Of course, just like the parents in their prior testimony, they didn't consider Colin because he was on his way out the door. He wasn't part of their party. For Brian Jr., who's the last to leave, him not mentioning Caitlin, it could be, well, she's my sister. I didn't even consider her. So.
And you mentioned your sister, Caitlin, was that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I was just thinking of her as my sister, like sibling. So she didn't live in the house, so she was the last person to leave.
Exactly what I just said. Exactly what I just said. I didn't even consider her. She's just there. She's background noise. She's my sister.
And prior to her leaving is when your Auntie JJ and Uncle Matt.
Yes, yeah.
So with respect to after your Aunt JJ and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived at the house, who, if anyone else, came by the house that you were there?
No one.
Well, let me ask it this way. As far as anybody else following them actually physically come into the house?
No one else came into the house after them, no.
And at some point, were you made aware of someone out in front of you?
I saw someone outside of the house, yes, a car.
And what was it that sort of drew your attention to
Usually I'm the part of the furniture.
the front area of the house?
Yeah, so at some point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside." Her brother was there to pick her up. And someone made a comment saying, "Oh, no."
Not what they said. What happened as a result?
Okay. She went outside to talk to her brother. And so I looked out the window at that point, and she was outside talking to her brother. So his truck was there, and I saw another car there as well.
And with respect to your friend Julie Nagel, her brother, what is his name?
His name's Ryan Nagel.
And if you recall the time that Julie gets up and goes outside to talk to her brother, where were you within the house?
I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And with regard to that area of the dining room table, how was it that you were able to see out in front of the house?
And we certainly, June, can't judge her culpability based on her appearance.
There's two windows there.
What is it that you saw out in front of your house at that time?
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe. And that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house. And then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish. And that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
All right. So that's maybe placing Karen's Lexus at the scene. Finally, someone who may have seen it. Now, we might get Julie Nagel's brother, who was there to pick her up and was outside, can testify that he saw it too. Maybe he even noticed a broken taillight. I doubt it, because why would he be looking for a broken taillight?
Similar to yourself, who, if anyone else from sort of the group of people, either in the kitchen or in the house, could you observe near a window or a door that was looking on?
I believe my Uncle Matt McCabe noticed the car outside as well.
And with respect to the...
And that's true, Pat's Cats, I think, like I said. If it's not in evidence, I don't know it. But we have someone placing her car on the scene. So...
dark SUV that you interact.
Not again. Vince, I blame you. I blame Vince.
Colin had already left at that point, yes.
Okay, we're a little farther. I blame Vince. It's because you're IT.
Early 2 o'clock in the morning.
And your bedroom is in the second.
Okay, we're going.
After your Aunt JJ and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived at the house, who, if anyone else, came by the house that you were there?
No one.
Okay, this is about where we were. Vince, I blame you. And once again, it's my fault for being stuck in my ways, using a mouse for everything, but I also blame YouTube for being too sensitive.
Well, let me ask it this way. As far as anybody else following them actually physically come into the house?
No one else came into the house after them, no.
And at some point, were you made aware of someone out in front of you?
I saw someone outside of the house, yes, a car.
And what was it that sort of drew your
But you'll notice it happens as I get tired, late in a stream.
attention to the front area?
Yeah, so at some point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside." Her brother was there to pick her up. And someone made a comment saying, "Oh, no."
Not what they said. What happened as a result?
Okay. She went outside to talk to her brother. And so I looked out the window at that point, and she was outside talking to her brother. So his truck was there, and I saw another car there as well.
And with respect to your friend Julie Nagel, her brother, what is his name?
His name's Ryan Nagel.
So this
And,
is basically
could
where
you
we
recall
were.
the time that Julie gets up and goes outside to talk to her brother, where were you within the house?
I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And with regard to that area of the dining room table, how is it that you were able to see out in front of the house?
There's two windows there. So I just turned around and looked through the blinds.
And when you look through the blinds, what is it that you saw out in front of your house at that time?
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe. And that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway.
He wouldn't know the rules of evidence. So when he's told, you can't say what was said, you can just describe it. What? Because hearsay is difficult.
The house. And then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish. And that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Now, similar to yourself, with anyone else from sort of the group of people, either in the kitchen or in the house, could you observe near a window or door that was looking out at?
I believe my uncle Matt McCabe noticed the car outside as well.
And with respect to the dark SUV that you didn't recognize and what you thought was Julie Nagel's brother Ryan's truck, was there anything in between the truck and the dark SUV that you saw outside?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't see anything, no.
And as far as the weather, when you looked outside, what, if anything, did you know about the weather?
It was definitely snowing. I wouldn't know how many inches, but I would say an inch or two of snow at that point.
Is it
Now, with regard to being out in front of your house, those
you tried turning it off and on, and is it plugged in? That's my IT support basically, and it's from that show.
two vehicles, do you recall which direction they were facing?
Yeah, they were both facing going up Fairview towards Cedar Crest. So whatever this is, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you probably in a better way. As far as what was facing towards your house, was that the driver's side or the passenger side?
Oh, that would have been the passenger side.
And that's with respect to both vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the time that these vehicles were out in front of your house, do you recall hearing anything or any sort of noises coming from the front of your house that drew your attention?
No, I didn't hear anything. No.
So you didn't say,
And
hey,
as far as
stop
looking out the
backing up
windows
into
and
me.
Seeing these vehicles in front of your house, how many times did you look out?
I believe I looked at that one time, and then I think I looked at one more time after that.
And as far as your friend Julie, if you know about how long was she out in front of your house at that time?
I would say not more than 5 minutes, more likely about 3 or 4 minutes she was outside.
And when did you see her outside in relation to the truck as well?
Yeah, I saw her at the passenger door of the truck.
Now, that vehicle that you observed that you didn't recognize, the darker black SUV, was that vehicle in one place or more than one place during the times that you looked out the window and saw it?
Yeah, so the first time I looked, I would say it was closer towards the mailbox, maybe a little bit in front of the mailbox. And then the second time, the last time I looked out the window, it had moved further down, closer to, I'll say, the flagpole. So closer that way. It went down that way towards the flagpole.
So closer to there's an area in the front of your yard where there's flagpoles, is that right?
Yes.
Now, as far as when it moved, as far as the weather and the snow was concerned, could you see anything in relation to the roadway and behind the SUV as it once it had moved from that initial position to the following position by the flagpole?
Yeah, I had noticed just some tracks in the snow, indicating that the car had moved up.
Now, your friend Julie, did she take that ride home with her brother Ryan at that time?
No, she came back in the house.
And as far as your friends Julie and Sarah that were still at the house when people from the waterfall came home, do you know how they happened to go home on that particular evening?
Yes, my aunt JJ McCabe and Matt McCabe drove them home.
And do you have any idea about what time that was?
No, I'm not really. I'd be guessing. I would say maybe one something, maybe.
Now, with respect to your sister, Caitlin, you indicated was the last person to leave the home that evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you awake or downstairs?
I don't know if I was downstairs when she actually left, but I was down there for a minute when she was the last one present at the house with my mom.
And do you know how she was leaving the house that night or how she was getting home?
Yeah, I believe her boyfriend was picking her up.
What's her boyfriend's name?
Tristan Morris.
I bet we hear from Tristan Morris.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the following morning. At some point you go to bed, you know about what time it was.
I would say, I don't know, late 1, early 2 o'clock in the morning.
I think that's usually why most people have a Lexus SUV. I'm of the opinion, like, unless I need it for something, I hate driving SUVs. I hate driving crossovers. I'd much rather, if I need the space of an SUV, I'd rather a station wagon, especially, you know, June can attest to this living in Europe. You probably can in Australia. There are some fairly good looking modern station wagons that we don't get here in the States. Of course, one of the things I don't like about driving my sedan is, you know, in a snowstorm, everyone is in SUVs and that flings everything onto my windshield. So the added height of that Lexus would be nice in those situations. So,
And your bedroom is in the second floor of the house? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to, how many bedrooms are up on the top floor? Or what?
4, I believe.
And with respect to your bedroom, where was that in relation to the layout of the house?
My bedroom would have been the middle back of the house. So I had 2 windows, but they were in the backyard of the house. So the middle, but the back side.
So the 2 windows that from your bedroom face the backyard area?
yeah,
Yes.
Now, at any point in time after you went up,
I still think that's the most likely explanation, Pat. I still think that it was an accident and she didn't want to admit it is the best explanation. And it could be she drove off not realizing she hit him because it's, you know, a massive SUV. It's a blizzard. You barely even notice you hit anything. So, yeah. And that definitely can be the case, Edwin. You know, Parley's Canyon behind me, you know, that's almost as bad as Donner Pass. But even in an SUV, there are times I want chains. That's when I just avoid going to Park City.
to your room, same question as before, were there any noises or anything that drew your attention outside of the home at any point prior to you waking up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And if you know about what time was it that you woke up later on that morning of the 29th?
I can't recall the exact time. I'd say maybe, I know previous testimony I may have said earlier, but I don't believe it was that early. I would say 7:30, 8 a.m.
What was it that
Whoa.
woke you up that morning?
My dad had knocked on my door.
So they didn't even bother to wake him up until an hour and a half after Jen barged into their room. You know, happy birthday, Junior.
And without anything specifically that you guys talked about,
Mhm.
following that conversation, where did you go?
I just threw on some clothes and I went downstairs into the main first floor of the house.
When you came downstairs into the main first floor area of the house, who, if anyone, did you see?
Yeah, so when I went down there, it was my mom, my dad, my auntie Jen, and my uncle Matt.
And about how long were you down in that area of the house?
I would say the first time I went down there, I would say I was down there for maybe 15 minutes or so.
You said the first time you went down, were there subsequent times after that?
Well, yes, I went back up into my room after I was down there the first time, and then I came back downstairs. And at that point, there was no one there besides me and my parents.
And that second or subsequent time that you came downstairs that morning, to know about how long it was after the first time?
I would say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe.
Now, with respect to your birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Judy?
Oh yes. So my aunt likes to get me donuts. It started, I don't even know, probably when I was like in middle school. Because I used to really like donuts. So every birthday she would give me six donuts in a box in a card. And that was just our ritual. She would bring it over every day, every time it was my birthday.
And did you get those as far as the donuts and the card and everything at some point on that particular morning?
Yes, I believe that when I went downstairs the first time, the donuts and the card were there already. So I had known that she had come by and dropped them off for me.
Did you physically actually see your Aunt Julie on that particular morning?
No, I didn't see her then.
And once again, her testimony was, yeah, I was going to leave them in his car, not necessarily surprise him with them because, you know, it's a ritual, but I was going to leave them in his car in the driveway. And then she was dragged inside the house because they're like, oh, we should probably tell her. That's it. They had to go to the emergency dog groomer, get Chloe the dog cleaned up. That you've cracked it, Edwin.
May I approach?
Yes.
And that's possible. But 24 miles an hour isn't in evidence yet, so we can't consider it.
So I'm going to show you a series of four photographs. I just asked you to look at those yourself.
Okay. Okay.
And just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, this is my old residence.
Full residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like around that time?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come up to seat to introduce and admit as the next court exhibit.
Any objections, Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this is our second witness for Ms. Little, which, you know, just a preemptive buckle up because I didn't like her first cross-examination. Yes. Yes, because Vince is always at fault for my streaming issues since he keeps screaming at me to use the space bar. Even though I hover my mouse and it says K.
Exhibit 70 through 73. Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor? Just basically what now the mark is exhibit 71, 72.
Okay.
Hold on, both percent. Your Honor, with the court.
And the reality is, Pat, you know, we joke, you know, that once the Karen Reed gravy train dries up and he's in jail, Turtle Boy is going to be uncollectible. So what's the point of suing him? And, you know, the Turtle Boy fans say, well, if he's lying, why haven't they sued him yet? Well, because the criminal case is ongoing. It would be dumb of them to do so. But I suspect if the defense has been collaborating with Turtle Boy in the witness intimidation, I would not be the least bit surprised if a new indictment comes down for both Turtle Boy and Karen Reed, maybe even her lawyers, for witness intimidation, for conspiracy to intimidate witnesses. And if that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised if Karen Reed and maybe her lawyers are part of the ultimate defamation lawsuit because, you know, there is the litigation privilege, but feeding bullshit to Turtle Boy probably isn't covered by the litigation privilege. Certainly not for Karen, but even her attorneys could, this might be what breaches that privilege. And so it very well could be worth the Alberts, McCabe's, you know, whoever else, Higgins, suing for defamation. And there might be a link to get Karen Reed on the hook too, and her money supply.
Board's permission, I would ask for those three photographs to be published in succession. And this gentleman, if I could first have, I believe it's 2596. Sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you? I believe it should be exhibit 71 probably.
Yes, that's the same.
And again, just for the record, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
Now, before I get into the photograph, there is one other question that I need to ask as far as with respect to the sort of tenor and demeanor of that evening.
So it's funny looking at this picture because usually after a big snowstorm, the thing I look at first to try and gauge how much snow has fallen is a roof, because the roof generally is going to be undisturbed. No one's walked on it. No one's shoveled snow onto it. It's just there in a well-insulated house. The snow on the roof shouldn't have melted. But it looks like on the roof there's maybe 2 inches, but the drifts in front of the house, this just tells me, yeah, it was a blizzard. The wind really was blowing.
How would you describe sort of from when your friends were there to the time that the folks came back from the waterfall? How was sort of the mood within that?
Cheerful, fun. Everyone was having a great time.
Any fights, any arguing, any tension, anything else that you noted?
She's definitely tried to wipe her hands of him at this point, I think. And that is an excellent point, Vince. We've talked about, if this were my house, only strangers would use the front door. Everyone would use the side door. The front door is not shoveled. The steps are snowed in. The side door, the friends and family door, that's accessible. That's good eye, Vince.
No, regard that.
No, not at all.
And I believe, sir, there should be a laser pointer on the desk there in front of you. Button on top.
Yeah.
I'm asking you a question about it with respect to pictures.
Okay.
Now, with regard to the front area of your house,
Yeah.
Fourth Fairview Road when you live there, there's basically 2 doors on the front of the house, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just use that laser pointer, direct your attention to where in the photograph you observe each of those 2.
Okay. So this would be the first door right here, and this is the second door.
And
That's
the
a
first
pretty
door is
big
further
area.
away from the driveway, that's sort of the front door area of the home.
Yes, that's the front door.
The front
The other
door
door, where
is
is that?
here.
The side door leads just
is
right into the
here.
family room.
And as far as around this time, January, or on this evening, if you recall, where were people sort of coming in and going out of their house?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you specifically. I think some people use both doors.
And what we're calling sort of the front door area, that's sort of one closer to the garage, leads into the living room, is that correct?
Yes.
And so the front door further away from the garage, where does that mean?
That's like a foyer area, and then if you take a right, it leads you to the dining room, kitchen, and then you keep going into the family room.
Now, if you don't take a right and go into the kitchen, the dining room, and then sort of into the family room, you sort of go straight, where does that mean?
Well, you can't really go straight. If you walk in a little ways to the left, there's a set of stairs that go upstairs, and you can go straight a little bit, and then to your left again, the stairs that go downstairs into the basement.
Now, in addition to you, your mother, your father, did around the time of January 2022, did you have a pet as well?
Yeah, we had a dog, Chloe.
Well, dog named Chloe.
Yes.
But how long at that point have you had Chloe?
We had her for a few years. I don't know exactly how many years, but a few years.
Now, on that night, specifically January 28th, leading into the 29th, did you do anything as far as letting Chloe out of the bathroom or anything like that?
Yeah. So the dog was actually upstairs in my parents' bedroom. She likes to sleep up there and stay up there. So she was upstairs. My friends were downstairs. It was asked if someone left.
Objection. Did the dog tell you what she likes? Or are you just basing that on her behavior?
The dog out. And I said, sorry, I forgot, because it was my responsibility, because I was the only one home. So he went upstairs to get the dog, got the dog, brought her downstairs, let her outside.
And so when someone would let Chloe outside around this time, so can you describe that process as far as would it be a leash or just let her out, or how would that?
Yeah, so we had a fenced-in backyard, so we just kind of let her through the back door and open the door, and she was able to run around out back.
Whoever let her out, would they typically sort of stay at the back door?
Yeah, we stay around the kitchen area, yeah.
And Ms. Yeoman, if I could have the next photo up on the screen, 2593. So the next exhibit would be number 72. Is that what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you, sir?
Yes.
Now, if you could, with regards to this photograph, you were mentioning something about a flagpole in the area of the front yard, is that correct?
Yeah.
Using that laser pointer, you could direct the jury's attention to where that is.
Right here.
Now, with respect to this photograph that's up on the screen right now, this Nagel's brother Ryan, where was, if you could direct the jury's attention to where was about to occur?
He would have been more this way, so the photo doesn't show you all, but he would have been more in front of the driveway over here.
And that first time that you looked out the window, where was the dark SUV?
I believe that was right around the mailbox area, right about right here.
And then again, if you could direct the jury's attention to the second time that you looked out and the SUV had moved, where had it moved?
It was more down this way on the side of the road.
Now,
There are certain dogs that I've referred to as that damned thing. Of course, I've mentioned my colleague multiple times. He's been gone for 15 years, and I still think about him every single day.
if you could, as far as the windows that you're talking about in the kitchen area that you were looking out of, you see those in this photograph as well?
Oh, yes, I do.
You could direct the jury's attention to where you can see those.
Those are about right, those two right there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the last photograph on that set. And then what's up on the screen here is that you have for you now is 7:30.
Yes.
And again, this is another photograph of the front area of your home, taken around the time of January 2020, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the flagpole in this particular area, that's opposite of the left center of the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in between the time that you saw that dark SUV that you didn't really recognize, in the area of the mailbox and then further down, did you see it at any other points moving along?
No, I just caught it as it had already moved. By the time I looked out the window, I noticed that it had moved up.
And facing in the same direction, is that correct?
Yes.
Same passenger side door that was facing your house?
Yeah.
And as far as the dark SUV was concerned,
So here's our conspiracy. There's tire tracks going diagonal across the street through the snow. Conspiracy. Of course, I would assume that's probably the emergency vehicles, parked at an angle. But conspiracy, those tire tracks. Of course, they could be the Lexus tracks for all I know.
at any point in time, did you look out and not see the dark SUV?
No, I didn't look out the window again.
So for the rest of the evening, you didn't look out?
No.
Now, in reference to the time expired, between the time that you saw it in the area of the mailbox and the time that you saw it over by the flagpole, do you have any idea how long period of time that was?
I would say probably within a couple minutes. It wasn't a long period of time that I looked out the window.
And as far as you know, your friend Julie, who had gone out to the pickup truck to talk to her brother Ryan, was she still outside around the time that you looked out the second time?
She could have been. I'm not sure if she was at that point, but she could have been.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that. I have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
See,
We just asked.
that's two of us that call it, so that's what it is.
With regard to that morning when you woke up, your father was at your door.
Yes.
As far as from what you could see of this person, what if any injuries or anything did you observe on this person at that time?
On
I'm
the
the
father?
middle brother.
Now, at that
Well-
time, January 28th,
I'm the middle child, so
January 29th, 2022, did you know anybody by the name John O'Keefe?
I knew of the name, but I didn't know him personally. No.
And when you say you knew of the name or you knew of him, how did you know?
I knew he was friendly with my auntie Jan McCabe, and his niece was friendly with my cousin Jen's daughter.
once again, my aunts and uncles, I know many of their friends' names. I don't necessarily know their friends. They're just names you hear.
And as far as your cousins, as far as Ms. McCabe's daughters, What, if anything, what, if any sort of relationship did you have with them, specific to them, beyond? what
Me
you wrote about?
too.
Oh yeah. So for a while, I think when I was in college or maybe the end of high school, I would help out because there was 4 girls, so they always had like multiple sports going on and stuff. So I would drive them to and from practices or be there after school if JJ had to be somewhere. So I spent a good amount of time with them and basically babysitting, but more
Brian Albert Jr., the chauffeur.
just driving around and stuff like that.
Through them, is that how you came to know Mr. O'Keefe's niece Kaylee?
Yes.
And you gave her rides to places as well?
Yeah. Occasionally, when she would come back to the house after school, I'd drive her to CCD or whatever.
And had you ever met, to your recollection, John O'Keefe or anybody by the name of Karen Reed prior to January 28th?
John O'Keefe, no. I mean, he could have came into the house once when I was there at my aunt JJ's house, and we could have said hi, but I don't remember formally meeting him, and I never met Karen Reed either.
And on that evening, again, January 28th or the early morning of January 29th, beyond the people that you've already talked about, and specifically John O'Keefe or Karen Reed, did either of them at any point in time come inside your house while you were there that evening?
No, never.
Nothing further.
It is definitely not a flattering angle for his nose, Vince. I definitely agree there.
Ms. Little, I'm just gonna hold you up 1 minute. I think we probably need spellings of the.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if I'm going to be the best speller, but I'll try.
All right, what do we need spelled?
I think that's what this one's correct. You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Ms. Little.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, the first time you ever spoke with anyone from the Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police Department, or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was on July 6, 2023, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
That's a full 18 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
Yes.
Who was present for that?
I spoke with 2 troopers, I believe, and my lawyer.
Trooper Proctor was there?
Yes.
Once again, him having a lawyer does not indicate guilt. What's our motto here when it comes to talking to the police? It's shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. Whether you did anything or not, you shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. If your lawyer tells you it's okay, then you can speak to the police with your lawyer. This does not indicate guilt. It indicates he's aware of his 5th Amendment rights, his 6th Amendment rights, and he exercised them. He is smart. His parents are smart. They got lawyers. Preferably, they each got their own lawyer so that they didn't have conflicts.
And this interview actually took place at your family's defense attorney's office, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objections.
This interview took place at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Your sister Caitlin Albert was also present, correct?
She was there for some time, but she wasn't when I was interviewing. She wasn't in the room with me. No.
And that was also the first time they had spoken with your sister as well about these events, correct?
Objection.
And to be clear, the Massachusetts State Police only interviewed you after you were called to testify before a grand jury.
Objection.
Separate proceeding, correct?
The objections.
That other grand jury is irrelevant for the purposes of this trial. If that grand jury did not result in this trial, it's irrelevant. Now, of course, prior inconsistent testimony in that grand jury would be admissible, but the grand jury itself is irrelevant.
I want to direct your attention to your testimony regarding your cousin, Colin Albert. You testified today that Colin Albert called you to come to the house, correct?
I believe so. He did. Yeah.
Do you recall some prior testimony in which you said that you all had exchanged Snapchats about what you were doing that night in the house?
No, I don't believe I said that. I said for him to know that I was at the house, he could have seen a Snapchat that I had sent, but he didn't ask me on Snapchat if he can come over. I said more of that he had could have seen a Snapchat saying that we were at my house. That's how he knew, because I didn't know how he knew that we were there.
You and your cousins frequently communicate on Snapchat, correct?
Occasionally here and there.
You actually have a cousin group chat on Snapchat, don't you?
And Snapchats disappear, therefore conspiracy. If only he had talked to Chili de Castro first, he could have learned about Wicker better than Snapchat.
Yeah, we do. An Albert cousin group chat.
Who else is on that Snapchat?
There's all my cousins, a lot of us.
I think I've mentioned before, there were about a dozen of us started a group chat on Facebook Messenger before the first day of law school. We'd all met in the lead up to law school. There's a lot of incriminating shit in that. I mean, not there isn't, but I certainly wouldn't want any of that released.
A good amount of my cousins.
Would that include you?
Yep.
Colin Albert?
Yep.
Allie McCabe?
No, she's not an Albert.
Do you have a group chat in which Allie McCabe is a member?
I believe we have a cousins on my mom's side group chat, yes. But she wouldn't be in that group chat with Colin, no.
Understood. And do you still have any of the messages you exchanged with your cousin on January 28th?
I don't know. Can you rephrase the question?
Do you have any of those Snapchat messages or other messages that you exchanged with your cousin Colin Albert on January 28th?
No, I'm not even sure if there was any messages. Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
And I've never had Snapchat. I just know it disappears. Would anything be public, or would it just be if something had been put in the general friend chat or cousin chat? I seriously don't know, and you missed out. You missed out. We'd sit in class talking shit about whoever was cold called that particular day. It was fun. I'm shocked. That pesky 12th Amendment or 11th or whatever.
Mr. Albert, you testified that Colin arrived around 10:45 or 11 p.m., correct?
Today? I said that? Yes. Yes.
Who else was at the house when the clock struck sort of midnight as it became your birthday?
When it hit my birthday, it was just Colin, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
Was there any sort of celebration for your birthday when the clock struck midnight?
No.
What were you guys doing?
We were just sitting there. Probably happy birthdays were exchanged, but it was nothing crazy. I'm not a big birthday person like that.
And where in the house were you guys at that point?
In the dining room area.
You testified that your parents and Brian Higgins arrived shortly after midnight with your sister, correct?
Yeah, I believe I said around 12:05, 12:10 in that area.
Describe what happened when they came into the house that night.
They all just walked in the door, and at that point, my cousin Colin was standing up to leave. They passed each other, said hi, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, you never actually observed Colin leave in a vehicle from 34th Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't see with my eyes, no.
In fact, you said you only looked out the window 2 times that night, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Approximately what time did your dad go upstairs to get Chloe to take her out?
Well, that would have been like as soon as he got home, so around like a little after 12.
So would that have been before or after Colin sort of walked towards the door?
Colin had already left at that point.
Where did your dad go?
He went upstairs into his bedroom where Chloe was there, brought her downstairs and went to the back door and let her out.
And you were asked by Mr. Lally if your father kind of stands by the door and waits for Chloe before he lets her in.
Yeah.
But you testified that he was just generally in the kitchen area, correct?
Yeah, the kitchen is by the back door.
But he's not standing by the door waiting for her. She's an off-leash dog. She can go out, do her business, and you can open the door sometime later, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
Could you say it again, please?
Your father wasn't standing by the door staring at Chloe the entire time she was outside, correct?
No, I would not the whole time, no.
You testified earlier that Julie Nagel went outside to speak with her
That's true. That's true.
brother to indicate that she no longer needed a ride. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure if I said that exactly, but yeah.
Can you describe sort of what you saw the first time you looked out the window?
I just saw a little in front of the driveway a little bit. I saw a truck. I saw my friend Julie at the passenger door. I suppose talking to the people in the truck. And a little ways up, I saw another dark SUV that I wasn't aware of.
And so you agree that there was nothing obstructing the view between the truck and the dark SUV, correct?
Well, not from my vantage point, no.
And the second time you looked out the window, the only difference you saw was that Ms. Reed's vehicle had pulled up, correct?
Well, I didn't know it was Miss Reed's vehicle, but the car that was there had moved up, yes.
And the truck was no longer there, correct?
The second time I looked out the window? That I'm not sure of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony
Sure.
from July 6, 2020, or sorry, May 18, 2023? Can I put your honor?
Yes. So show Mr. Lally.
You can just look at this.
Okay.
And you can look up when your recollection is refreshed.
This, I think, June, my law school group chat, I think was the only fun group chat to be in. And that's because we were all as sick as each other. But generally, I agree with you. My antisocial tendencies come out, and I'm like, why is this person responding? Ooh.
Yep.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you testified to
Sure, yes.
on May 18, 2023?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said that the second time you looked out, you saw that there was a black SUV that had pulled forward,
Yes.
but the truck was no longer there?
Sure, it seems like I said that then, yes.
In
You
fact,
also testified.
that's not inconsistent with what he testified today on direct examination. He looked out later and the SUV had pulled forward.
Earlier that you saw tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Yep.
Where were those tracks?
Just along the side towards the driveway along this way, going up towards the flagpole.
Behind
And
the
you viewed those
SUV.
tracks kind of leading up towards the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree that the visibility and lighting in front of the house was good enough that you were able to see tire tracks in the snow?
Sure.
At that point,
But you did not see a 220-pound man lying in the snow in your front yard, did you?
Objection.
Is that something that you saw, sir?
No, I didn't see that.
if that's not in his line of sight, if it's not something he's looking for, if he's already covered in snow, the SUV is kind of more noticeable. And it having moved, presumably, if it's running, the tail lights, the broken tail light maybe, would be illuminating the tracks. And this is, of course, assuming Johnny's already in the snow. That's an assumption. All we know is the SUV has moved forward. It's possible. This is just me speculating. If Attorney Little can speculate, I can speculate a little too. It's possible they pulled up to the house. They sat there arguing. They pulled a little further, like, let's say, toward the flagpole. When Brian Jr. looked out, Johnny was still inside the passenger seat of the Lexus, arguing with Karen. After Brian had looked out and didn't look out again, Johnny got out up there by the flagpole, and then Karen pulled forward and then backed into him and then drove off. So Attorney Little is assuming that there's a 220-pound body in the snow for Brian Jr. to see. But it's possible that 220-pound body is still inside the Lexus. and then he was hit after. That is speculation on my part. I don't know. I wasn't there. But we have 2 small snapshots of him looking out the window, and that's all. So it's entirely possible that he got a good look at the lawn and there was no body on it because there wasn't a body on it yet. But since Karen hasn't left, there's still time for her to hit Johnny and leave him dying on the lawn. So it does, the fact that Karen is still there means it's possible that Johnny is still inside her Lexus. So by process of elimination, the defense is trying to insinuate, well, if you didn't see the body out there when you looked out, even though the SUV is still there, the only explanation is if you didn't see the body when you looked out, it must have been dragged out of your basement through the backyard, and they flew across the front lawn because there were no foot tracks, no drag marks. So they flew across from the back fence to the flagpole to deposit the body. That's the only explanation if Brian Jr. didn't see the body when he looked out. Instead of, after he looked out, Johnny got out of the Lexus, Karen backed into him and drove away. Which is more plausible to you?
Who was in the house the second time that you looked out the window?
It would have been my mom, my dad, Brian Higgins, my sister, Julie, Sarah, Uncle Matt.
Mr. Albert, you testified on May 18th, 2023
Mhm.
in another grand jury,
Mhm.
and you said, quote, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was still there. I know he left at some point." Do you recall that testimony?
I mean, I know he left my house at some point. I just don't know exactly when it was.
You were asked specifically at the time that you looked out the window who was there, and you said, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was there."
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Okay, if I said that, yes, because I was not sure. I'm still not sure that.
Nah, I have antisocial tendencies. I take it in bursts, and then I'm like, nope, I'm done. See ya.
If he was there or not.
So you're not sure whether Brian Higgins was there when you looked out the window, correct?
No, I'm not sure.
You have no independent recollection as you sit here today where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window, correct?
No.
Not in his line of sight to the window.
You also didn't recall Mr. Higgins ever saying goodbye to you or your group, correct?
I believe that's true. Yeah.
In fact, you actually testified before another grand jury on May 18th, 2023, that at some point Mr. Higgins just wasn't there anymore. I must have gone to the bathroom or something. I came back and I said, "Where did Higgins go?" And they said he left, correct?
Sure. Yes.
You also testified before that grand jury.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, yeah, I'm going to see you, Tybart, if you could bring that, please.
You testified that you went to the bathroom and then he suddenly wasn't there anymore. Did you go to the bathroom at 1:45? Or was it at 12:15, 12:30, 1 o'clock? There's this timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff again. It's... drives me nuts. Of course, I'd be trying to create confusion too, because confusion might be doubt.
When did your father leave in relation to Brian Higgins?
Leave? You mean like go upstairs, go to bed, or?
Leave your view.
He would have left after Brian Higgins had gone.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you weren't quite so sure about that when you testified on May 18th, 2023?
I don't know. You would have to show me.
Do you have a specific recollection of your father leaving after Mr. Higgins was gone?
Yep, I'm pretty sure he went upstairs after Brian Higgins left.
Mr. Albert, I'd like to show you. May I approach your end? So,
There are a few things that make it not ridiculous, but we'll go with phone.
I could direct your attention.
Right here? Okay, all right.
I'm fading.
hmm
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you told the grand jury, I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs, because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there?
Yes, I just said that here as well.
I mean, you don't have any specific recollection as you sit here today where your father was or where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window that night,
No,
correct?
no, that's not true. I know that my father was in the room with us. I'm saying I don't know when Brian Higgins left the house. And when Brian Higgins left the house, then my father went upstairs into his bedroom.
But what you actually said was, quote, I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there, correct?
I see what you're saying. Yes, but I still say that my dad wouldn't have went upstairs until Brian Higgins left the house.
Right, and that's based on an assumption.
His dad is a good host. How dare he?
Correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Because you weren't interviewed about this case until 18 months later, correct?
Yeah.
You did not personally observe your father go upstairs, correct?
No, I did. I watched him go up the stairs. I was in the kitchen. You can see the stairs right there.
Your testimony is you can see individuals walk upstairs in your house?
Depending on,
Kitchen?
yes, the dining room, from the dining room I meant.
There's actually a wall that kind of blocks the dining room, the stairs.
And once again, it's basically open concept, the kitchen, dining room, family room area.
Not if you're sitting at the two chairs with your back to the windows. If I was sitting in the chair right here, the stairs would be right here. I could easily see through the doorway.
But as you sit here today, you don't know what time that happened, correct?
No, I don't know the time. No.
Mr. Albert, I'd like to direct your attention to the morning of January 29th.
Sure.
Can you describe sort of how you woke up that morning?
My dad just knocked on my door, and I woke up and opened the door.
You didn't hear any dog barking?
No.
You didn't
There you go, using clinical terms again, June.
see any emergency vehicles?
No.
Didn't hear any ambulances?
No.
Didn't hear any screaming outside?
No.
What did you do once you woke up?
I went downstairs.
Did you ever look out the window?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your grand jury testimony?
Sure, sure. Thank you.
That's a noisy chair.
Tell Mr. Lally the page or something.
Slide save 212.
Okay.
Story of my life. If I make a spelling mistake on the computer, it's usually a sticky key. If it's on the phone, it's autocorrect.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Sure, yeah.
Why didn't you look out the window that morning?
Well, I say here that I just would give me anxiety to look out the window.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to look outside?
I'm just an anxious person, and I got overwhelmed. I think most people would be overwhelmed in that situation.
Did you say that this was kind of
Wait, he didn't look out in the morning after he knew, or he didn't look out at 1 or 2 in the morning? Now, it's entirely possible that as an anxious person, the blizzard gave him anxiety, so he didn't like looking out at it. It's already been testified by his parents that there were plans for him to go out. The blizzard made him stay home. His friends came to him. So it could be the reason he only looked out the window twice was storm-driven anxiety. For me, during a snowstorm, it's actually the opposite. I check frequently because I want to see how much has fallen. Because plus, I've described it before. What I describe as the high definition nighttime during a snowstorm, where you know, just everything is so bright because of the snow that you can see everything in grayscale, but in very high definition. And so I like looking out at that during a snowstorm at night. It's just, to me, it's beautiful. So
A new thing for you, for cops and police to be at the house?
Yeah, that's never happened before. I've never had cops at or near my house.
And it
me
made you
too.
overwhelmed, correct?
Yeah, I get overwhelmed easy, so.
Mr. Albert, how many times did you discuss this case with members of your family before you spoke to the Massachusetts State Police on May 18th, 2023?
You can tell he's getting overwhelmed now. He just took that big self-soothing sigh. He's yeah.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how many times.
He could be the witness
Hundreds?
that they break.
We talk about it pretty decent. I mean, considering,
What members of your family have you discussed this with?
my parents, my sister, occasionally my aunt, JJ, and Uncle Matt.
Would you say it's been hundreds of conversations?
Well, I guess you can, I mean, you'd have to split it up and quantify what conversations were about the actual case and what conversations have been the harassment we've faced since then.
And all of these discussions took place with you and members of your family prior to your interview with the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
And no, we've talked since then.
Continue to speak with them.
He's not supposed to do that when I have food in my mouth. You have to quantify if it's conversations about the case or the harassment we have received surrounding it. Whoa! I am shocked she didn't move to strike that. I am shocked she didn't move to strike it. No, Edwin. She wouldn't ask what harassment. She'd move to strike. I don't want the jury even considering it. Of course, sometimes the objection moved to strike. Sometimes it's strategic not to object, so you don't draw the jury's attention to it. You quickly move on, put something else in the jury's mind that's not about harassment. So, but wow. So, I mean, I would guess she's the least experienced, but if she's on this case, I wouldn't think she's in training either. So, wow.
Them about this case
Not,
since your interview.
I don't know what you mean by this case. This case meaning the actual case at hand, or just the case about the harassment we faced?
I'm talking about what happened on January 28th and January 29th.
But there's really nothing to talk about those specifics. No, because we have nothing to say about that. We weren't part of it.
Mr. Albert, you looked out the window multiple times on January 29th, correct?
Twice, I think I said.
You never heard any sort of commotion outside?
No.
You never heard screaming, yelling, or the screech of brakes in the front yard?
No.
You never saw a 220-pound man in dark clothes in the white snow on your front lawn?
No.
But you did see those tire tracks?
No, I just have a croissant off to my side for when I get peckish. But once again, he did it while I had a bite of croissant in my mouth. I liked that answer from him. Well, as far as this criminal case, we really don't have anything to discuss because we didn't witness anything. We were just inside the house where it happened. It didn't involve us. The harassment surrounding the case, that's what we have to talk about because that's what impacts us. You have this madman running around calling us all murderers. That's something to talk about. So, yeah, I liked that answer from him.
I did.
No further questions.
Yeah, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay.
No redirect. You all set?
All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set.
So, yeah. He's done. I thought, yeah. I'm a little speechless. I maybe Jackson could have dragged it on another 2 or 3 hours because I just got finished saying, he's showing signs of stress. Maybe he's the one that they break and get him to slip up. Not that he'd slip up and say, "Yeah, we did it. Oh my God, I feel so awful," but more, just contradicting himself. So, yeah. And that's it. It was dark. The high definition night I describe in a snowstorm. If the snow is blowing, goodbye high definition night. It's just going to be dark. So you're not necessarily going to see anything, especially since that part of the yard wasn't illuminated. So, but yeah, I thought for sure they'd try to press at him a little bit more. So once he started showing signs of stress, the night was very moist. It was Charlie levels of moist.
Thank you.
And
Your next
And CJ5, I'm nicer than Mike, clearly. I mean, he's such a colossal jerk that he's in London right now. I want to be in London right now. So,
Yes, Your Honor, call with call Miss Caitlin Albert to the stand.
all right, Caitlin. This should be fun. So Caitlin could be fun. Once again, they're moving chronologically. The residents of the house, well, she wasn't a resident at the time. She might have still had a bedroom there, but she wasn't living there. I wonder who's going to cross-examine her. Once again, especially with young women, even though Attorney Little is annoying to me, I'd use her to cross-examine Caitlin rather than Yannetti, because you don't want to come across as bullying, a grown man bullying a young woman. So, yeah, absolutely.
Step right in. Just watch your step on me. Step right up. Maintain your face across.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Go ahead, Mr. Roman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Caitlin Albert, CAITLINALBERT.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Easton,
And how long have you lived
about 3 years.
here? If anyone do.
Grey Duck, not yet. At least not that I know of. And once again, Turtle Boy has used that. Well, if what I'm saying is false, why haven't they sued me? It could be they're waiting until the case is over. It also could be suing him could cost them $250,000 that they don't want to spend. It's expensive to sue someone. It also could be you sue someone, discovery, you get dragged through the mud once again. So it could be they just don't want to. They don't want to go through discovery. They just want this to be over. So, but it very well could be coming. Could be coming.
You live there.
I live with Tristan Morris, my boyfriend.
And you and Ms. Morris, about how long have the two of you been together?
Almost 8 years.
Oh,
Now, prior to living in Easton, where was it that you lived before that?
I lived in Canton,
And specifically, where in Canton did you live?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it that you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Geez, I lived there from about 2011 to 2021.
And that was a family home, is that right?
Yes.
And who did you live at 34 Fairview Road with?
My mom, my dad, and my 4 siblings.
And your mom's name is Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
And your dad or your father's name is Brian Albert?
Yes.
And how many siblings did you have, I'm sorry?
I have 4.
Are you the oldest?
I am.
And do you work for them?
I do.
What do you do for them?
I work for the Massachusetts Attorney General's office in the Medicaid Fraud Division.
Oh. Conflict of interest. She works for the Attorney General's office, even though this is the Norfolk County Attorney's. But conflict of interest. It's law enforcement. It's prosecutions. Ooh.
How have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years, I think. In September, it'll be 3 years.
Ma'am, if I could excuse me, turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
I actually am not sure that I recall the exact days of the week. Maybe Friday or Saturday.
Fair to say around the weekend time?
Yeah, weekend, definitely.
And as far as
It's a very cromulent conspiracy, Grey Duck.
your family is concerned, the 29th, what if any significance is that day?
That would be my brother's birthday.
And which of your brothers
We don't advocate violence, but that is a true statement. So,
is it his birthday?
Brian Albert Jr.
And is beyond Brian Albert Jr., just for sake of my own lack of confusion, is there some other name that you would call him as far as differentiating him between your brothers?
Little Brian, sometimes, even though he's not so little.
And so during the course of that week, sort of leading up to the weekend, what, if any, discussion did you have with your mother or anybody else in your family in regards to little Brian's?
So leading up to that weekend, I was aware that my brother might have like a friend or two over the house for his birthday. And then I had spoken with my mom and my aunt, Julie Albert, about maybe going to a local Canton bar, grabbing some food and some drinks, and just kind of seeing where the night takes us. And then maybe ultimately going back and seeing my brother for just to say happy birthday, kind of end the night that way.
As the week went along, what, if anything, sort of affected or changed plans in reference to that?
Nothing that I can really think of.
the blizzard.
Nothing really changed. I mean, that was sort of, I don't remember exactly how the plan came about, that we were going to, go get food and that my brother was going to have friends over. But I believe that was always sort of our plan.
And so specifically on the 28th, at some point you came to.
How was the weather?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came to Canton and where was it that you went first?
So I can't say for sure. From what I remember, I believe that my boyfriend Tristan and I went straight from Easton to the waterfall and actually got there before my mom and my aunt Julie, from what I can remember. And then my mom and Julie ended up meeting us there. And that's when we sort of started just kind of like hanging out, ordering food, some drinks. And we were there for a little bit, just the 4 of us.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Unfortunately, I can't remember an exact time, but it would have been around like dinner time. So if I had to guess, maybe like 6.
And
Ooh,
as
6
far
hours.
as drinking was concerned with that night, you're at a bar and you weren't driving, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I was not driving.
And do you recall specifically what kind of drinks you had or what you had to drink that night?
I believe that night I was drinking White Claw, I think.
And your boyfriend, Ms. Morris, as far as what, if anything, was going on with him that
So Law Talk with Mike would approve drinking White Claw that night.
That night, as far as how long was he at the waterfall?
Yeah, so we were aware that it was likely going to snow that night. So my boyfriend Tristan had gotten offered to do some like plowing or shoveling. So he knew that he was going to have to probably be up for the majority of the night into the morning doing some shoveling. So he didn't stick around at the waterfall for too long. I think he had some food, maybe like 1 or 2 drinks, and then he actually ended up going home.
And you
In my previous life as an accounting clerk for property management, commercial property management, that snow clearance, yeah, there's a lot of money in that if you do it right. Some of those invoices were massive.
stayed at the waterfall after he went home?
I stayed there, yeah, with my mom and my Aunt Julie.
And if you recall, as far as that evening at the waterfall, what if anything was going on as far as like, live entertainment?
I want to say that there might have been a band. I just don't want to say for sure, but I think I do recall a band coming in and setting up, and yeah, I think that there might have been one.
There she goes equivocating. Well, which is it? Was there a band or wasn't there? Says Jackson.
Now, as far as the evening progressed and went on, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and sort of joined your group when you were there?
Sure. So I can't say for sure like times of people arriving or order of people arriving, but I know at one point, my uncle Chris Albert, he
Here too, Grey Duck.
ended up joining us. He owns a pizza shop across the street. So when he was done working, he came and joined us. And then my aunt Jen McCabe and her husband Matt McCabe joined us. And then at some point, my father, Brian Albert, and his friend Brian Higgins also joined us. So at one point in time, I'm not sure the order of which, everybody came in or the time that they came in, but at some point we were all kind of there hanging out.
Now, and your father and Mr. Higgins, do you know where they had come from or where they were coming from?
Yes, I believe they were coming from New York from a funeral. And I remember I had asked my mom, like, is dad going to stop by? And she was like, I don't know. He's tired. He's coming back from New York. And I was like, oh, I want to see him. So I think I convinced him to come. And then Brian Higgins just kind of tagged along from what I can remember.
Now, as far as Mr. Higgins was concerned, is that someone that you were familiar with prior to this evening on 28th?
I knew of him and I had met him a couple times, but nothing more than that.
As far as you're aware, the house that you,
What
for lack
was
of
it, a
better term, for lack of
flamethrower?
offense, some form of gears in.
Right.
Had Mr. Higgins ever been over to that house at 34th Fairview when you were there?
Not that I know of.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, came and sort of came up to your group or joined you while you were at the wall?
So from what I can remember, I remember sitting at like a high top table, and it was me and my mom sitting next to each other, and we were facing like the front door of the waterfall. And I recall a man and a woman walking in, and at first I didn't know who either of them were, but I noticed that the man started talking to like some of my aunts and uncles that I was with, and he seemed friendly with the people that were in our group. So I had said to my mom, like, oh, who is that? And she said, oh, that's John O'Keefe. And I had known of him because I knew his story about his niece and his nephew and his family. So I had known of him, but had never met him before. And so then I just assumed that the woman that was with him was his significant other, girlfriend, wife. I didn't know. So then, I didn't really speak to either of them. I think at one point, John came up to me and my mom and asked, like, do you guys need anything? Do you need a drink? And we said no, and that was pretty much it.
And so when you say you knew of John O'Keefe and sort of the story that you related, do you recall how it was that you came to know anything about Mr. O'Keefe? Or who was it through that you came to know about Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, in general, it was kind of like a known thing. The tragedy of what happened in the O'Keefe family. And so I had just kind of heard that story. And then on top of that, John O'Keefe's niece is either the same age or around the same age as some of my younger cousins. So I knew that she was friendly with them. I knew that my Aunt Jen McCabe would like help out here and there, going to sports, going to different events, whatever. I know that my Aunt Jen was friendly with John O'Keefe. And I knew that my Aunt Julie and Uncle Chris were somewhat friends with him as well.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about some of your younger cousins, the younger cousins you're speaking of, who are their parents?
So the younger cousins that I'm referring to would be the McCabe girls and their parents. They're Jen McCabe's.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and his significant other that you described, had you ever met them prior to that evening?
I had not, not to my knowledge. I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe like a sporting event or something where we, met each other in passing, but I had never formally met John or the woman that he was with.
There she goes, equivocating once again. Well, which is it? Did you meet her without realizing, or was that the first time?
And so on that evening on January 28th, you had never met nor were you aware of anybody by the name of Karen?
No, I was not.
And if you know about what time was it that they came into the waterfall and came over?
I can't say for sure. I'm not sure of time.
But fair to say, the other people that you testified about, as far as your uncles, your aunts, and things like that, were they all there at the time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
I believe so. I believe that everyone who was there in the group that I was with was present when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived.
And about what time was it that things started to wind down as far as the waterfall was concerned?
Again, I'm the worst with times, but I would say it was around like 12-ish that we kind of said, let's kind of head out and head home. I would say 12-ish, approximately.
Now,
good guess.
During the course of the time that you were at the waterfall, either before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group that you were with?
I mean, I didn't notice any issues or any negative things happening. All the conversations seemed positive, lighthearted. Everyone was just kind of having a good time, getting along. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, really.
So no issues as far as fighting or tension between your group, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as you saw with regards to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, no issues as far as fighting or tension that you observed between the two of them?
Not that I observed, no.
And when you, around 12-ish or so, when you started to leave, who was it that, how did you come to leave and who did you leave with? So
I left with my mom and my dad. And again, I'm not sure the order of when like everybody else left, but I went with my mom and my dad back to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you recall, who drove home from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
My dad.
And about how long a drive is that from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
I would say like 5 or 6 minutes, give or take.
Did he swerve on the way? Did he fishtail in the snow?
And when you arrived to the house at 34 Fairview,
my guess is little.
But
that's a guess.
Where your father parked in relation to the house?
From what I can remember, he parked in the driveway. The driveway.
And if you know about how many other cars were in the driveway and when parked?
I'm not sure. I know there was at least like 1 or 2, but I can't say for sure. I just don't really remember how many were in the driveway at the time. I had like younger siblings in college at the time who would sometimes take some of the cars, so I just don't remember for sure.
And if you know, essentially, they're within the driveway, there's a garage at the end of the driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's door on the left, door on the right, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not your father pulled in the driveway on the left side or the right side in relation to those doors?
I don't remember.
And when you came into the house, do you remember how it was that you came from the vehicle to the house?
Yes. From what I remember, I went in the front door. So I would have gotten out and walked on the brick path over to the front door area, walked up the steps, and then walked through the door that enters into like a foyer area.
And just to be clear, sort of when you walk.
And that's possible, but that's also very risky because if it comes across as a grown man bullying a young woman, that could play badly in front of the jury. So it's a risk. Whereas if Attorney Little tries to bully her, that's just, girl on girl violence. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but, it's less shocking than if Jackson or Yannetti were to do so.
Walk into that front door with the foyer area, what if anything's right in front?
So when I first walked in,
That's
I actually had
too.
seen my cousin Colin. He was standing in the foyer area. And I remember I said to him, like, "Oh, hi, what are you doing?"
And it could be that before the flood of pictures came in last week, it could be that Little was going to, but now in order to prove conspiracy with firefighter McLaughlin, it could be that they switched it up and Jackson is going to do it now to bully her.
Next question. Not what you said.
Taking me back to sort of when you're exiting the waterfall and when you're exiting your parents' vehicle and walking in the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather at that point?
I remember at that point, snow was definitely coming down.
So you walk into the home in the front foyer area, that's where you went into your cousin Colin.
Yes.
How is Colin related to you as far as, how is he your cousin?
So Colin is Julie Albert and Chris Albert's son. So he's my first cousin.
And when you walk in, you sort of bump into him, where was it that he was?
He told me that he was headed,
Not what he told you. Where was he going?
to my knowledge, he was going home.
Next question. Next question.
From the time that you walked in and bumped into Colin sort of in the foyer of the home, how long was it that he was in the home while you were?
I would say
So how long was he in the home when you were
That's
minutes.
And from your group, this includes yourself, your mother, your father.
what's the objection there? How long was he in the home while you were there? What's the objection? There's nothing objectionable about that other than, Your Honor, that's devastating to my case.
Is that correct?
Sorry, what was that?
From your group, when you enter the home, that includes you, your mother, and your father.
Yes.
And who, if anyone else in the waterfall, arrived at your home around the same time as yourself, your mother, and your father?
I believe that Brian Higgins was the next to arrive. I think he very shortly after came inside, after myself, my mom and dad.
And so when Mr. Higgins comes into the house at 34 Fairview, are you already in the house?
I was already inside, yes.
And so do you have any idea what Mr. Higgins was driving that evening or where he parked it?
I do not.
And then once you come into the house, when you come into the house, where is it within the home that you go?
So I walked in through the foyer, and then I took a right turn, which leads into like the dining room area. And that's where my brother Brian and two of his friends were just sitting around the dining room table. So I said happy birthday to him and was just kind of hanging out in there for a little bit.
And the friends that you observed in that sort of kitchen dining area.
So she went in and turned her right. So it sounds like she went in the front door, not the friends and family door. So that tells us where she stands in the family, relegated to the front door.
Friends of your brother Brian, Louisville.
Mhm.
What were their names?
Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
And were those people that you were familiar with prior to this evening in January 28th?
Yes.
Familiar with them as their friends of your little brother?
Yes, exactly.
And with regard to the house, after yourself, your mother, and father arrived, and Mr. Higgins after that, who, if anyone else from the waterfall, came to the house that you saw?
My aunt Jen and my uncle Matt McCabe.
And when your aunt Jen and your uncle Matt McCabe arrived, where was Colin?
Colin had left by then.
Objection.
Unbelievable.
And when
Once again, what's the objection? If she witnessed Colin leave, what's the objection?
Mr. and Mrs. or your uncle and your aunt McCabe come in, where is it that they go with?
I believe they did a similar thing. They either entered through the dining room or through the kitchen area, but the dining room and the kitchen are like open floor, kind of all the same room. So we were just all kind of hanging out in that area.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at your parents' house on Fairview Road that evening?
I would say an hour 45, latest 2 hours, but around like an hour and a half, an hour 45. Yeah.
That's consistent with the other testimony. She left about 1:45. That would be, if they arrived at, let's say, 12:15, an hour and a half. So
I can't say for sure. It's an estimate.
And for the balance of the time that you were there, were you in that same sort of kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And what is it that you were doing as far as you and the group doing in that area?
We were just kind of hanging out. I remember that my mom had grabbed like a small speaker and put some music on. We had a couple drinks and everyone was just kind of like having a good time hanging out. We said happy birthday to Brian and that was kind of it.
And so at any point in time when you were let me ask you this first. As far as the sort of demeanor or mood within the house, similar to how I would ask you with the waterfall, did any of that change once you returned back to your parents' house in Fairview Road?
No.
So everyone getting along, no arguments, no tension, anything you observed?
Correct, yeah.
Now, beyond people that you just described, did anyone else come into your house, into your parents' house that evening while you were?
No.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe and/or his significant other, Ms. Reed.
It's too early in the morning for you to have a roast smelling good. Come on. Especially it's 1 minute to 8 p.m. here, so I'm getting hungry because those croissants haven't tided me over.
At any point in time while you were there, did they come into your house?
No, neither of them ever came into the home.
Now, with regard to the people that you were describing before, at any point in time, did the people in the kitchen dining room area, any of them leave that area of the house?
I think when my mom, my dad, and I first got there, I believe my dad went upstairs to grab the dog to let her out.
That's consistent.
So he did that. And then I think there was another period of time where my dad might have been showing, or maybe my mom or my dad were showing Brian Higgins, like family photos of one of my brothers, who's in the Marines. So and that would have been in like the family room area, which still is like, there's an open doorway. So it's not like the door was shut or anything. But other than that, we all kind of stayed within that dining room kitchen vicinity.
Now, with reference to the dog, that was a family dog, is that right?
Yes.
And your family had the dog when you still lived on Fairview Road with your parents?
Yes.
And what was the dog's name?
Chloe.
And with respect to letting the dog out, can you describe to the jury sort of what that process entailed? Was it on a leash or how was the dog let out?
Sure. So we had like a fenced in backyard and we had a back door. So we would just kind of open the back door, let her out. She would kind of do her thing and then she would come back in when she was done.
And your father took care of that when you got home from the waterfall that evening?
Yes.
The family room that you were talking about where your father and or your mother and Mr. Higgins were as far as the photographs, where is that in relation to the dining room kitchen area? And specifically, can you see into that area from the dining room kitchen?
Into the family room? Yes. So there's just sort of like it's like a doorway, but there's no door there. It's pretty open. And if you're standing in the dining room or the kitchen, you can see into the family room for the most part.
So like an
Now, you
arch.
at that point were not living at the address on Fairview Road, is that right?
Correct.
And as far as the people that were at the house who did not live at the Fairview home on that night, who was the last person?
I was the last person to leave.
And prior to your departure from the house, sometime hour 45 or so after you got there, can you describe the order in which the other people that you just described were there? What order was those in?
I don't remember the order in which everybody left, but I do remember that Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, my aunt Jen, and my uncle Matt, they all left in one car.
Being a German Shepherd, though, Chloe does not drive a Lexus. She's a Beamer girl.
And then Brian Higgins left. But I just don't remember the order in which it was probably within like a couple minutes of each other, but I just don't remember exactly who left first. And then I left pretty shortly after everyone else as well.
Now, during the time that you were hanging out in that dining room kitchen area of the home, at any point in time was your attention drawn to the outside of the house? Did you hear anything, see anything outside the house?
I did not.
And with respect to the front area of the house, at any point in time, was there any discussion that you recall about anything going on there?
I don't recall a discussion going on about anything happening out front, except for at one point,
Let me hear her answer first. Except for what, at one point?
At one point, I remember that Julie Nagel's brother was supposed to pick her up. So I knew that there was some communication where she told him, never mind, you don't need to pick me up. You can go home. I'm going to go home with Jen and Matt.
Now, with respect to your aunt, Jennifer McKay,
that's inconsistent. Everyone else is, unless it's the other friend, but I think it's Julie Nagel. Everyone else has testified that the brother did show up. Of course, it could be, there was communication and the brother just showed up anyway because he was already almost there. I don't know, but yeah. Priorities, Judy. Good luck to the progeny. But yeah, and it could be I believe the testimony is that at some point Julie Nagel, did go outside to talk to her brother, came back inside for a bit. So I don't know if it was then she rode home with Jen and Matt, went outside, sent her brother off, and then got a ride from Jen and Matt, or came back inside to say goodbye and then left. Either way, but yeah, yeah, it is a bit inconsistent, but everyone perceives things differently
What, if anything, do you
or
recall?
remembers.
For doing with, do you recall her having a cell phone that night?
I do.
And what, if anything, do you recall her doing with respect to that cell phone?
I remember at one point we were standing in the kitchen and I had noticed she was on the phone. And I remember she said something to the effect of like, oh,
No, not what she said.
okay,
So next questions.
At some point, did you see her talking on the phone?
I did.
And at some point, did you see her appear to be texting on the phone?
I'm not sure about texting. I definitely saw her speaking with somebody on the phone though.
And at some point, where did she put her phone in relation to where you guys were in the kitchen and dining?
I'm not sure.
Recall any sort of charger or anything like that in that area of the home?
I don't.
Now, as far as who picked you up from the house that night?
My boyfriend.
And Mr. Morris came to the house on Fairview Road and picked you up at some point, about an hour and 45 minutes or so after you arrived there, is that correct?
Yes.
And recall what Mr. Morris was driving on that particular evening?
I remember that he actually was driving my car, which is a 2019 white Jeep Cherokee.
And
Good
what
in the
kind of car
snow.
did Mr. Morris have at that time, if you recall?
At that time, he had a very old, I want to say like 2012 Ford Taurus. So that's why he took my car, because
very old 2012. That's a new car to me.
the Taurus wouldn't have been good in the snow.
And how was it that you came? Did he call you, text you? How did you know that he was there?
I believe that we texted, and that's how I was informed that he was out front.
Did you receive a text, something to the effect of here, and then you go outside?
Yes.
And when you went outside, if you recall, what was the weather like when you were coming out of the house?
When I walked outside, I remember, again, the snow was coming down a lot. I remember like sort of trying to watch my step because the stairs in the brick path were pretty snowy, and I didn't want to slip. So as far as weather, I remember it was actively snowing and I was trying not to slip. And that's pretty much what I can remember.
And do you recall where it was that your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, parked the car in relation to the house when he arrived?
I believe he parked in the driveway.
So you would have come down the steps, down the walkway to the driveway area, correct?
Yes.
So at 1:45, 2 o'clock, parked in the driveway, you wouldn't be watching for a body over by the flagpole 50 feet away through the blizzard. She's trying not to slip. She's looking down at her feet, I assume, because that's what I do walking in the snow.
And who drove from Fairview Road to back home that evening?
Tristan did.
Now, if you recall, when Mr. Morris, I'm assuming backs out of the driveway, is that correct?
Mhm.
When he backs out of the driveway, where does the vehicle go in relation to the house?
We went up Fairview Road, so towards the flagpole in our yard.
And so towards the flagpole with the passenger side facing the house, is that right?
Yes.
And if you recall, as Mr. Morris was driving away from
So
the
that
home,
would
what, if
put them
anything-
driving past Johnny, not immediately away in the opposite direction. But once again, if you're not looking for him,
with respect to the weather, did he have to employ within the car?
I remember the windshield wipers were on, and I remember he was driving very cautiously 10 and 2. And
it's New Balance for me, CJ5.
I remember thinking to myself, oh, the snow is coming down pretty hard.
And as you drove past the house, were you looking outside or looking at the house or the front lawn area of the home?
I was not. Once I got inside the car, I was mainly, my attention was on him, and we were having a conversation. So I hadn't been looking out the passenger window towards my house at really any point.
So your head was turned towards your boyfriend who's driving the car to the left of you.
See you
as he's
tomorrow.
driving away.
Yes.
Yeah, one moment, John.
Yes.
I think we're getting awfully close. I hope. That damn fire station.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Yannetti?
If only the Dedham fire starter would cut it out for the duration of this trial. All right, it's Yannetti.
Good afternoon.
Could be risky.
So, Ms. Albert, you were at your parents' home on January 29th by midnight or shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
And you were the last one to leave at 1:45, 2 o'clock, somewhere in that area?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, after you got up that day, did you receive a call, a text, any sort of communication from any investigator connected with this case?
With the wide shot, Turtle Boy is in the courtroom. Is this not one of the witnesses he's excluded for? And certainly her brother, he was excluded for. I know that. I don't know that they broke long enough to let him in. So has he been in there for his victim's testimony? That's concerning. Unless there was a new ruling before we got started today or at lunchtime or something. I don't know. That's concerning.
I did not.
Trooper Proctor did not contact you on January 29th?
No,
He did not interview you on January 29th?
he did not.
What about January 30th?
No.
31st?
Nope.
How about the entire month of February? Did you hear from Trooper Proctor wherein he set up a meeting or an interview with you?
I did not.
Then what about the entire rest of 2022?
Objection, Your
Trooper
Honor.
Proctor interviewed you during that entire year?
Objection.
So the objection's overruled. You can answer that.
I was not interviewed. No.
And then in 2023, prior to May of 2023, were you contacted by Trooper Proctor or any investigator?
Almost like until 2023, when the defense concocted this cockamamie excuse conspiracy, the Trooper Proctor interviewed the homeowner, interviewed a few witnesses, and determined, yeah, no one inside the house had anything because Johnny never made it inside and no one saw anything. So was it sloppy of him? Maybe. Did he view extensive interviews a waste of time if he didn't think it was going to lead to any evidence? It makes sense not to interview. But once the defense invents the conspiracy theory, it's like, oh, damn it. I guess I better go talk to everyone now.
Here for an interview regarding what you just testified to here today?
I don't think so.
And you hadn't met Mr. Lally by May of 2023 either, correct?
I don't think so.
But in May of 2023, you actually were called to testify at another hearing where neither the Commonwealth or the defense in this case was present, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin were not there, and certainly no members of the defense team were there, correct?
Correct.
And May of 2020.
Can't call it a federal grand jury, I'm guessing. Here.
3 was well over a year after the events that you were called to testify about, correct?
Correct.
Right. So if these events happened on January 28th and 29th, 2022, the end of January of 2023 would have been a year. And now you're being asked for the first time to give testimony about what happened back in January of 2022 in May of 2023, correct?
Why would she give testimony if it's not before a grand jury or a trial? Because an interview is not testimony. Yannetti is trying to confuse the jury by conflating you were not interviewed with you had not given testimony until then. What if she hadn't testified in front of the grand jury. This would be her first time giving testimony about that night. And once again, it's probably the Commonwealth didn't feel they needed her testimony in the state grand jury to get an indictment, which they didn't because they got an indictment without her. But Yannetti, being a dishonest weasel, is trying to confuse the jury.
Yes.
And then it was only after you testified before that other proceeding without the prosecution and the defense of this case there, that Trooper Proctor finally interviewed you in August of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And that was 4 months after you testified in that other hearing of May of 2023, correct? June, July, I'm sorry, 3 months, June, July, August, correct?
That's
Correct.
lawyer math.
And it was about 1.5 years after January 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, on direct examination, Mr. Lally had asked you about whether you knew Brian Higgins. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And I believe you testified that you knew of Higgins, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that you had met him a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
So Brian Higgins, you would classify as an acquaintance, correct?
To me,
Yes.
I would classify him as a friend of my father's, not really an acquaintance or friend of mine.
Okay. So he didn't rise to the level of an acquaintance, somebody who you met, but you didn't really know.
I'm not really sure how I would categorize my relationship with him. Again, it was just more of like, he was my father's friend. If I had seen him walking down the street, I would have said hello to him. I don't know anything about his personal life. I don't communicate with him regularly. So, I mean, if that's what you would consider an acquaintance, then yes.
I guess I would ask, what do you consider an acquaintance? How would you define that term?
I would say an acquaintance is someone who you are friendly with and might see from time to time. I guess in my head, I'm just sort of thinking someone who's
Firefighter McLaughlin is an acquaintance.
in closer in age with me. I usually think of it as more of like a friend type thing and not my father's friend to me. I guess that's just the way I think of it in my head.
Okay, so is your testimony before this jury that an acquaintance is really a friend?
Someone that you're friendly with, perhaps, could be.
Okay. Have you watched any of the testimony in this case prior to your taking the stand today?
I have not.
Has anybody told you anything about any of the testimony that has occurred prior to your taking the stand today?
No.
Okay. Who is Katie McLaughlin?
Katie McLaughlin is a girl who I'm the same age as. We went to high school together. We graduated the same year, and we have a couple mutual friends. We interact with some of the same people socially. I can't think of a time, possibly ever, where her and I ever hung out one-on-one or individually. So more of like a friend of a mutual friend.
Okay.
So an acquaintance, maybe, if that, by her definition. We can't hold Caitlin Albert to firefighter McLaughlin's definition of acquaintance, because that's what she used to describe Caitlin Albert, as opposed to them being friends. A friend of a mutual friend.
So, Kate, you would not consider Katie McLaughlin to be a friend?
She's not a close personal friend of
I
mine.
asked you if she was a close personal friend.
Objection.
Just let her finish her answer.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I would not consider her one of my, again, close friends.
All right. So let's get back to my question. Would you consider her to be a friend?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
It's
Hey,
asked
sir,
and
so stand up and
answered.
stretch.
Asked and answered. Would you consider firefighter McLaughlin a friend? I wouldn't consider her a close personal friend. Let me ask again. Would you consider her a friend? Asked and answered. Objection sustained. That's it. I knew a fair amount of my high school class. I haven't gone to any of my high school reunions because frankly, I don't care. The ones I want to see, I see. My cousin was in my high school class. You know, most of my close high school friends were older than me. You know, I've mentioned I hang out with one of my friends every Saturday night. He was a senior when I was a freshman, but you know, we starting after Christmas my freshman year, we became friendly and hung out the rest of high school and since. That's why, Edwin, I've said multiple times, the defense seems to be unfamiliar with the concept of friendship and family. They just don't get it. And I think my high school class was 400 or 500 people. And my high school, though, I don't know if it's still the case, but it was funny because Salt Lake City has 3 high schools. And my high school had a large percentage of ESL, English as a second language students. And, you know, being late 90s, early 2000s, we had a lot of Bosnian kids in my school. Utah, Salt Lake City specifically, having been one of the largest locations for Bosnian refugees in the US to go. We had a large Hispanic population that was bussed in from the West Side, and we had a very large Tongan population, which, frankly, most of them were also bussed in from the West Side, even though their local school would have been West High School, but that's the school they sent the Samoans to. So the Tongans went to my high school, the Samoans went to the other, and then the third high school had a mix. So, you know, that there were large portions of the high school that, you know, it was like oil and water. Just, you know, if you didn't speak the language, you hung out with those speaking your language. Let's see. She looked at us. That means 5 more years of winter. And like I said, I went to high school with a soon to be an NFL Hall of Famer, Haloti Ngata. I haven't been in the same room as him for 20 years. We were certainly friendly in high school. Don't know that, you know, by this definition we'd be friends. We're certainly acquaintances. Don't think there were any actors. There are musicians that came out of my high school. If you're familiar with the piano guys, they're older than me, but they went to my high school.
Okay, Ms. Albert, you know Courtney Proctor, correct?
I know of her, yes.
And you've been in her company several times, correct?
Oh, with firefighter McLaughlin, he was told to move on. Wow. We're on to Courtney Proctor. Okay. Wow.
Yes,
You've met her children, correct?
once, yes.
And you know she is Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
When Michael Proctor ultimately interviewed you in August of 2023, Did he ever ask you how well you knew his sister, Courtney Proctor? Did that subject ever come up?
Not that I remember.
And did you ever mention it to him that you had met his sister and met his sister's kids?
Ah,
I did not.
all right.
Now, on January 28th of 2022, you went to the waterfall with your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, he left and you stayed, correct?
Yes.
The reason that you stayed is you wanted to go back to 34 Fairview, your old home, to be there by midnight when your brother was turning 23, correct?
Not necessarily. My plan was always to stay and just spend some time with my mom and my aunt. But Tristan left very early because he knew that he was going to have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning shoveling or plowing. So my plan was never to go back with him. But it wasn't necessarily because it was my brother's birthday. It was just what my plan was for the night.
Certainly the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't deter you from going back, right? In other words, the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't cause
What? The fact that it's your brother's birthday didn't deter you from going to their parents' house to wish him a happy birthday. What kind of question is that, Yannetti? That's stupid. With my friend on Saturday, we were discussing the brilliance of the movie UHF, and I'm reminded of the quote from UHF, "You so stupid."
you to hesitate to go back. You wanted to be there, right?
Well, my brother Brian wasn't at the waterfall.
I'm talking about, let's start over. Tristan left, right?
Yes.
You stayed at the waterfall
Yes.
and you planned to go back to 34 Fairview, did you not?
At some point in time, that was spoken about, and I agreed to go back to 34 Fairview. Yes.
Okay. And you went back there to see your family, correct?
Yes.
Including your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
That was your parents' home, right?
Yes.
You grew up there.
Yes.
You were comfortable there.
Yes.
There was plenty of room at the house, correct?
In what
For
sense?
what?
Bunch of bedrooms.
Yes.
Not all of them were taken up, correct?
At that time, correct.
One was probably her childhood bedroom. She still might have wanted to be intimate with Tristan. Or just sleep in her own bed.
You certainly felt welcome there, correct?
Yes.
And there was no problem with you staying there overnight, correct?
Correct.
And when you made the decision to go there after the waterfall, you knew that there was a snowstorm that was starting, correct?
Yes.
And you've already testified that when you went back to 34 Fairview, you saw your cousin Colin Albert inside the home, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you walked in and he was one of the first people that you saw, correct?
Correct.
He's been over your house many times, correct?
Correct.
You're close with him as your first cousin, are you not?
I am.
And your brother Brian Jr. is close with him as well, correct?
Yes.
Colin Albert is close with your parents, correct?
Yes.
He's certainly welcome at your parents' home, correct?
Correct.
And it was certainly not shocking to see your first cousin Colin Albert at your home, correct?
Correct.
And you had a brief interaction.
He's really trying to blame Colin here, which let's see how it plays out.
With him, correct?
Yes.
That was sort of toward the foyer of the house?
Yes.
And then you continued deeper into your parents' home and you saw other people there, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go within the home after you had seen Colin?
I believe I entered through the foyer into the dining room area.
And when you were there, you saw your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
He had two friends with him, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, in that same area.
Yes.
You greeted them as well.
Yes.
And that's where your attention was focused, fair to say?
I would say that once I said hello to them, I didn't just sit with them three. I sort of was walking around. I wouldn't say my attention was solely focused on them three, but
Mingled.
I did greet them, yes.
And where you were walking around within the kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And once you greeted Colin and left him, it's fair to say that you then were not looking over your shoulder, monitoring what Colin was doing or where he was going, correct?
Correct.
Who's to
And
say
while
he
you
was
were in the
over her
kitchen dining
shoulder?
room area, the door to the basement was kind of blocked from your view, was it not?
if I'm in the dining room area,
So the door to the basement is blocked from your view. Therefore, Colin was able to drag Johnny in through the front door, down into the basement, beat him to death, and then drag him up and around. And oh, wait, she never saw Johnny come in the front door? No one did? Wow.
there is a spot in there where I could see it, but I don't believe I could see the basement door. No.
Right, and from your vantage point, the door to the basement's kind of blocked from the area that you were in.
For the most part, yes.
And you weren't watching Colin to see where he went after you left him, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw him leave the house physically, correct?
Correct.
But others did.
Maybe a good time to pause. I don't know, are we going to pass forward?
All right, we'll pause then. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Albert, we'll bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, and ask you to stay here and just let the jurors file out the first thing.
All right,
Jurors,
thank
the
you.
same three
Fine,
questions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a half day this evening.
Organize the court, please. Jurors, call me in this way.
Yeah. It wasn't a toilet that overflowed. It was all those satanic rituals. It's just ridiculous. No one ever saw Johnny come in the house. People saw Colin leave almost immediately. But apparently, in that time, they can drag Johnny into the basement past all those prying eyes. They can't see the basement door, but they can see the entryway. Drag him down, beat the life out of him, beat him to death without anyone hearing, drag him out through the basement door and out and around without leaving any marks in the snow. They're swinging wildly. They're reaching, and it's not landing. It's ridiculous. It's asinine. I am so sick of this person. But let's see what he argues to the judge once the jury's out, and then we'll call it a night. Because it looks like there's a couple more minutes.
Hold them out. Okay, thank you. Yes.
At least I assume. It looked like Yannetti was addressing the court.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, why don't you tell me now what it is you hope to do tomorrow and basis for it?
Right, so my plan, Your Honor, is based on the fact that Katie McLaughlin, when she testified, tried to minimize her relationship with Caitlin Albert. The reason why that's relevant is that—
All right. So apparently the judge didn't tell him to move on. She just said, let's do it tomorrow. Let's just do it tomorrow. But once again, did firefighter McLaughlin minimize her relationship? It sounded pretty similar to how Caitlin Albert described it. Yeah, we have mutual friends. We don't hang out. That's consistent.
we have proof that she has changed her story after she learned that 34 Fairview was the Albert family home. She was on record with Trooper Proctor stating that, this is Katie McLaughlin, stating that what she heard my client say, she actually overheard. She heard my client addressing Jennifer McCabe on scene.
Then you should have confronted her. You should have confronted her. The alleged change in testimony. And once again, they're all together who Karen Reed is facing when she says something. She could have been facing Jen McCabe, but responding to firefighter McLaughlin's testimony or question. That's not inconsistent. But he doesn't do Friends, so he wouldn't understand that.
In a hysterical manner saying, allegedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And that evolved, in this case, to a multi-part conversation with many different people, including starting with Katie McLaughlin saying, was there any trauma? And my client supposedly responded, I hit him. And then a police officer jumps in and asks another question, and my client supposedly said, I hit him. And there were 4 different times where my client was responding to others, so that it wasn't really this burst of excitement and an excited utterance. She tried to cast it as statements that were made upon reflection, making them sound more.
But it doesn't have to be an excited utterance because it's a statement against interest, the statement of an opposing party. So it comes in. How it was said doesn't really matter a whole lot. Like, for context, maybe, but for admissibility, no, because there's multiple hearsay objections that it comes in under.
Honest and more inculpatory than what they were, particularly because the person to whom my client was speaking, who was no friend of my client, reported that she said, did I hit him? Could I hit him? So we have a clear conflict in the testimony. We have a witness who has admitted that her statement has evolved, and she's admitted that her statement evolved after she learned the identity of the house that she was at, which happens to be the house that Caitlin Albert grew up in. When she was confronted with,
Once again, I don't think her statement has evolved. It's added context. You put the words in her mouth that it evolved, and you badgered her until she agreed. Let's frame it that way, Yannetti.
who is Caitlin Albert? When Jackson asked Katie McLaughlin who Caitlin Albert was, there was a long pause, and then she was and then even the way she phrased it was, I think, telling. I went to school with somebody by that name. There was something to that effect. It just sounded ridiculous. It sounded like it was something that she was trying to remember. At that point, we had 4 photos that we marked for ID, H, I, J, and K, where we have them together. We have them be Facebook friends. We have a nature of the relationship that she tried to conceal in our view. Since that time, we've been deluged by other photos of the 2 of them together, including one.
Is there any indicia of reliability? Do you have the provenance for that? Do you know who sent them to you? How do you know they're authentic? Have you authenticated them?
Intimate photo of them, before them. I'm sorry, when I say before them, I mean Caitlin Albert, the 2 college roommates, and the only person who's not a college roommate in that photo is Katie McLaughlin. Katie McLaughlin also said that she never went on anything other than occasional day trips with Caitlin Albert. We now know that that's false. We have them together in a hot tub drinking in a photo that is from Maine, which is about a 4-hour drive away.
When is
That
that?
was, it was posted in 2016, which is about.
But when did it occur? Did it occur in 2016 or was it posted in 2016?
It was posted in 2016. I think the information, that's when it was a new photo that was uploaded. That makes sense. That location was tagged in 2016. So we know.
Once again, I cannot tell you friends of friends when, where, if I've ever been with them. I can't.
After high school, which again contradicts Katie McLaughlin's testimony because she made it seem like this is just some girl that I knew in high school, and then we happened to be at the same places at various times, but I'm not close with her, despite the fact that I have my arm around her in both of the photos. The other aspect of this, Your Honor, is that she said that she had not, Katie McLaughlin testified she had not seen Caitlin Albert for I think 2 or 3 years.
She said she didn't remember seeing her in 2 or 3 years. She didn't say it as a fact. She said, not that I remember, not that I recall. That's not inconsistent because maybe she saw her and didn't recall seeing her. Maybe She thought it was 8 years ago instead of 5 years ago.
January 2022. We
Slimy.
have a baby shower photo that is from June of 2021. They are standing next to each other.
Do you have someone to authenticate that date?
Caitlin Albert will authenticate that date.
What about the person who took the picture to authenticate that it's their picture, that they took it, that it's not tampered with?
Why are you
Because
sure of that?
She's going to be shown a baby shower which occurred in 2021.
Okay.
That's on its timestamp on social media. And Caitlin Albert, her face and her body are in that photo. Katie McLaughlin's face and body are in that photo.
How many other people are in that photo?
I think there are 6. I have a photo. Give that to Mr. McDermott.
6 other people?
Oh, thank you.
Or actually, if I can just see those, I thought these were different photos. If I could have those, then you don't need to count the people.
There are 5 other people in the photo with them, but they're together on the right side of the photo. These photos impeach the testimony of Katie McLaughlin multiple times, and we should be allowed to explore.
Maybe you should have found them first.
The bias of these witnesses, particularly the bias of Katie McLaughlin, who purports to give incriminating testimony against my client, brand new testimony that only existed after she learned the identity of the homeowners in this case. This is classic bias and classic impeachment evidence. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to show photographic evidence of this relationship, much like Mr. Lally shown photographic evidence of the 34th Fairview, what it looks like. It's intended to assist the jury. And in doing a 403 balancing test, Your Honor, the probative nature of this evidence greatly outweighs any prejudice. She's able to explain these photos any way she wants when Mr. Lally does his redirect examination of her. But without being able to get into this, Your Honor, Katie McLaughlin's testimony, it's like she's wearing a suit of armor. We can't get through it. We have the tools and the evidence to get through it. We have the ability to expose her as somebody that's misrepresented something very important to this court. If we can't ask these questions and we can't get any of these photos, then we're not able to do it.
All right, Mr. Lally.
But you already had photos. She testified. That's it. I don't trust them. Frankly, I do not trust the validity of these photos. I mean, have you checked? You know, these are printouts. So let's see the digital copy. Make sure that there aren't artifacts that would show it's been photoshopped. How do we know it hasn't been photoshopped? How do we have any indication of reliability? You brought the photos you had for firefighter McLaughlin, and you failed. You failed. It's not a suit of armor. She just testified, yeah, we've been together. We're not friends. We're acquaintances, friends of friends. Caitlin Albert, who hasn't spoken to her, testified she hasn't spoken to anyone about previous testimony, hasn't watched previous testimony. She testified, yeah, she's a friend of a friend. We went to high school together. That's consistent.
What do you say?
You know, just as far as the authenticity of whatever these is, as far as social media is concerned, there's a variety of ways to fabricate that. And I think it's interesting that Mr. Yannetti is really vague about where these photos came from, how he knows the specifics that he's so sure about when they occurred, where they occurred, what state people were in, what day it was, who is college roommates of who within these photographs, but has no specifics about, you know, where these deluge of photographs came from. More importantly, Your Honor, what I would submit as far as Ms. McLaughlin is concerned is she was entirely consistent, and I did the disparagement as far as what her testimony has been, as far as her statement within the report to Trooper Proctor, her grand jury testimony in this case, and her testimony before this jury on the stand were identical, if not entirely consistent. And again, it's not just Ms. McLaughlin that is attributing this statement.
It's almost like we're both lawyers and know what to think, know what to object to
the defendant. The jury has heard from 2 other firefighters, as well as anticipated other witnesses who will testify to these exact same statements that the defendant made outside of the home on that date. What counsel, I think, is referring to as far as the could I have hit him is something that the defendant said to Miss McCabe, which was overheard by Miss Roberts on a speakerphone on the way to Fairview Road. And then she modifies that statement when she's asked specifically about the bruising and how that could have been caused. And it's at that point where she repeats, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So to then use prior statements to a completely separate witness that have nothing to do with Miss McLaughlin to try to use that to claim impeachment or bias is ridiculous. And then as far as it applies to this specific witness, when it comes to impeachment and bias, what the case law is very clear about is if it goes to bias of the witness who is on the stand. And the witness in this case is Miss Albert, not Miss McLaughlin.
All right, thank you. This will save us some time tomorrow. All right.
Well, the only thing I was going to add, Your Honor, is that all these arguments go to the weight, not the admissibility. But
As I said, it's impeachment of McLaughlin, not Albert. So, yeah.
I pulled up my notes, which I'm sure the court has. She has morphed her statement into, I asked if there had been any significant trauma. She said, I hit him. Then she repeated it. A woman said, you're hysterical.
But once again, I asked, and then she said in the direction of Jen McCabe, I hit him. That's consistent. That's added detail, but that's not inconsistent, I should say.
We need to calm down. She said, I hit him. Then a police officer said, what did you say? She repeated, I hit him.
They're standing in a group.
Ms. McCabe herself testified in the grand jury. That's not what happened. That she said at that moment, did I hit him? Could I? She's on record saying it.
All right, thank you. I'll take a look at my notes and we'll figure this out first thing.
They're standing in a group. So who she's facing, she still said it. Now, once again, could I have hit him or I hit him? That's perception. It's chaotic. She's hysterical. It's not inconsistent. That's why you have all the witnesses, as boring as they may be. But it has now been 8 hours and 6 minutes. And so the Facebook stream crapped out on me 6 minutes ago because apparently you can't go over 8 hours on Facebook, I guess. But I am tired and hungry. So yeah, I'm glad tomorrow is a half day. That was certainly the most interesting day so far, I think. But yeah, do all the YouTube-y things. Like, share, subscribe, bribe your friends and family to do the same. You know, we'll call it our little conspiracy. And I will see you tomorrow for the half day. Bye-bye.